So, hello and welcome. Today we are celebrating the last year on YouTube. This is essentially our Christmas party, if you will. I've even got the obligatory, Christmas top on there. Uh, but what we want to do tonight is basically have a bit of a free for all. And what that means is anyone who wants to jump in on our Discord server can join us. There's a link in the description. It means that there's also an AMA going on, so ask me anything, except it's ask anyone anything, really. So feel free to ask any questions to anyone that is on the stream. And, as I said, anyone can join us either in Discord. You don't have to have a camera if you just want to be audio only. Perfectly fine as well. Or you can just join us in the chat and chat away there. And we'll do our best to respond to any of the messages. But if I do miss any, please don't hesitate to repeat yourself again later. And we'll just basically are planning on having a fun night, reviewing the last year, giving appreciation to some of the friends that we've met along the way on social media, having a look back at all the fun stuff that we've done with our questions for atheists, questions for theists, different guests that we've had on, looking back at some of our shows, and maybe having a review of what has actually been rated our best shows of the year as well. So at the moment, it's just Dave and me in the chat, and hopefully soon some folks will be joining us as well. But until then, you're stuck with us. So hello and welcome to the SciPhi show. I'm Joe. And that's Dave, although his mic has suddenly gone quiet on us all. It was working just before the stream. But that means that Philip must be planning on coming on tonight, because we've done quite well without our errors recently, haven't we? So it's probably a good thing in some sort of way, but yes, it's all Philip's fault. And what was that but one of our favourite memes of the last year? We just blamed everything on Philip and his magic powers. So, Dave, is your mic working now? The answer's no. I'll drink to that. In fact, if we were to play a drinking game, that anytime something like that would happen on a SciPhi stream, you guys would be incredibly drunk by now. So I'm just gonna, whilst Dave is sorting out his mic, which may well have just switched back to the previous settings and jump back to the old one, or come loose at the back. I'm going to just say a quick hello to the people who've joined us in the chat early as well. So hello to Steen. How you doing, buddy? How is the world of evolutionary biology treating you now? Jeff, how you doing? Hopefully you can come on and join us and tell us a little bit about what you'll be doing tomorrow. Dave, I just heard you. Yeah, you sound a bit different. You sound a bit more underwater, like you're using a different mic. But yes, I can hear you now. John Buck, how you doing? Great to have you here as well. Hopefully you can join us on the stream as well, although I understand that time zone wise it's not exactly feasible for our American friends. Eduardo, I'm not sure I've ever spoken to you before, but hello and welcome. Great to have you here. SJ, how you doing? Great to have you here as well. And Claire, need to connect. And yes, Dave, I can hear you. Yes, I can. And Reason to Doubt is in there. How you doing, Jared? Great to have you all here. So yes, thank you so much for so many of you being here right at the beginning of the stream. Usually it takes a while for the stream to actually warm up. But yes, so Dave, can you speak again? They're saying they can't hear you still. Yeah, I mean, it's coming through to me, but it's saying it's not coming through to you. So I'll tell you what I'll do. Let me see if I switch it round this way. Try again, Dave.
Can you hear me?
There you go. Still, well, they should be able to hear you now because it's it's definitely coming out my end, and I can see the audio things coming up. So I don't know why it's saying that they still can't hear you. That's Philip is definitely round the corner.
No, they can hear me now.
Oh, okay. Cool. So that, yeah, excellent. Combination of things there, but yes, seems like the Discord audio direct thing wasn't working, and switching it back to desktop helped. So there we go. Should have really thought about changing it. And Lone Wolf, great to have you here as well. Yes, there is a Discord thing happening. So you should be on our Discord server anyway, but if not, I've put it in the description for this, so you can just click the link and join. And I've opened up the Discord for anyone to the SciPhi live stream for anyone to jump in. If you're having problems, let me know. Because look, there you go. There he is. There you go. Didn't need to tell him twice. Excellent. How you doing, buddy? I heard you sniff.
You gotta get coked up for a Christmas party.
Oh yeah. what's a Christmas party? But when you say you'll be quiet, Wolf, do you mean that you're going to keep quiet, or that your microphone's quiet? Because if it's microphone, I can always turn you up. John, how you doing? Great to have you here as well. Waiting for that camera to come through. Getting him turned on.
That work?
Oh yeah, baby.
How's it going? Good to finally meet you.
How you doing?
There we go. Howdy. Yeah, good to see you guys.
Yeah, great to see you too. Thanks for joining us. And Jeff, how you doing as well?
All right.
Hello. Yeah. Hello.
Oh, and hello, Loeb. Great to have you here as well.
That's Loeb is Reason to Doubt. That's my Discord handle.
Oh, okay. How you doing, buddy?
Because how do I get my camera on? Yeah, let's try this.
And Claire, great to have you here as well.
That's better.
So, Loeb, your Reason to Doubt on Twitter?
Yep, that's me.
Might need to turn you up a little bit. I'll turn you up a bit in here for me as well.
Sorry, I'm walking, so I'm using my headphones, so I don't know if we'll be able to hear.
Yeah, that's cool. But yes, they are Reason to Doubt.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, so fantastic to have you all here. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah.
And is there a Discord text chat? Yes, there is. There's lots of different ones. It's overly confusing, but I think I'm gonna keep out of the text for now. This is already too confusing for me, Wolf. So, how are you all doing? Let's start in John. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, right now I actually got the day off just because we had a pretty harsh winter storm here, and so I don't have to head into the office today. So it's been nice getting a bit of a longer Christmas weekend. So happy about that.
Very nice. And do you have the time off on the split?
From school? What do you mean?
Sorry. When I talk about the split, I mean the time between Christmas and New Year. Do you have that sort of time off, or booked off, or anything like that?
No, I'll have to come in before then, but only for like a couple days. So.
Fair. And have you got any big plans for Christmas?
Not really. Just visiting family. So.
Fair. Are you going to them, or are you hosting anything, or?
No, I'll be going to them. Yeah.
Nice. No pressure on you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Awesome. And Jeff, what about you, man?
Yeah, just obviously, I'll talk about it in a minute. What I'm doing the next couple of days, but obviously be taking part in like Purple's little relay on Christmas Day and so on. So but yeah, other than that, not a lot for Christmas really.
Are you sort of staying at home, cooking your own meal, or what?
Yeah. Yeah, well, probably. To be honest, I'm probably going to be able to afford any trips out to the pub. So, if I'm lucky, I might sneak out for a couple, I suppose. But
Yeah, fair. And Claire, how you doing?
Oh, I'm good.
Oh, you're very quiet today, Claire.
Oh, that's unusual.
That is unusual.
it's
That's
just the quietest I've ever heard, Claire.
Wait, hold on. Is that any better?
A little bit, yeah. I'll turn you up this end as well.
Okay. Yeah, usually have the opposite problem.
Oh yeah, I remember.
I know. I'll be joining Purpose Relay. I'm really looking forward to that. I got a couple of spots. It's been so good.
Oh, wicked. And
Otherwise, quiet holiday.
you're having quite a quiet holiday, are you? You're not planning on seeing anyone or doing anything in particular?
No. We did our family thing with some of the little ones last week, and so it'll be much quieter this week. It'll be.
Excellent. Gives you a chance to chill out and really relax.
Definitely. What are you guys doing?
Dave, do you want to field that first?
Emma's going to see her parents, so I'm staying home here, but going to my sister's on Christmas Day itself.
Oh, nice. So I'm having, it's kind of like a kind of busy. So I decided that because we've got so many different sets of families to see, so last week we saw Katie's dad's side, and we had a big Christmas meal at the pub. And then we're seeing her mum's side, and I said I'd cook a curry for everyone, so I'm cooking it from scratch. I've bought all the ingredients for it. I'm doing most of the prep tomorrow after I finish work, and the rest finishing on Saturday. So Christmas Eve, I'm making this curry for them. Then we're having sort of a quiet-ish Christmas morning with the girls, and then we're driving a couple of hours across the country to go and see my mum and stay up there for a couple of days. And then we're hoping that because there'll be enough family around that the pair of us actually get a chance to put our feet up for a little bit. Probably won't happen, but wishful thinking and all that. I mean, I suppose if I get drunk enough, then they'll have to step in and help out. So there's always a solution.
I'm sorry to do this, but I'm going to have to go. I'm not feeling particularly well.
Okay, Dave. Sorry to hear that, man. Have yourself a good Christmas, and
Great
we'll see you
meeting all.
soon.
Yeah. See you
Happy
soon.
holidays,
Bye.
Dave.
Very good night.
Have a good one. Oh, if you can. You know what I mean. Reason to Doubt, are you still there?
I am in fact.
And how are you doing? What are you up to for Christmas?
We're going to see various family. I'm making some baklava tomorrow. My
Oh,
aunt
nice.
gets like the whole family together. It's usually like 30 people or so. So doing that, and then I'm basically the patriarch of my side of the family, so I'll be hosting everybody on Christmas Day.
Fair. That's can you imagine that'd be quite a big busy one? There's a lot of family coming over?
We're pretty much all in the same city, so like I think I calculated it, and nobody in my immediate family lives further than 10 miles from where we grew up. So not hard to get together.
No.
Oh dear.
Yeah, fair. But are there are a lot of you? Are there going to be like 30 of you, 40 of you, or is it a bit of a smaller number? Is it 5, 10, whatever? You there? Or have we lost you?
Yeah.
Maybe we've lost you. What about you, Lone Wolf? Are you able to speak, or are you too quiet at the moment? I'll assume he's too quiet as well. There we go. All right, we've got our answers.
Is this mic any better, Dave?
Oh my god, that's so much better.
Joe?
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Yes, you are so much clearer.
Okay, I switched to that mini mod, like those. I don't know. You can put it on any headphone. Little mini mod, unidirectional.
Ah, very nice. But yeah, no, that sounds so much better. Thank you for switching that
Mhm.
out. So, Jeff, now you have some plans for tomorrow morning. Do you want to tell us a bit about what's going on?
Well, I will do, but I'll just now drop my phone. I was just going to get something out to show people, but hey, nothing rude, people. Don't worry, nothing rude. That's typical that would happen. But I'll just get this out to show people very quickly. A little flag there. Communication Workers Union. I'm a postal worker. Have been for 22 years now. And
So if
I
your
never
packages
thought,
don't get there by Christmas,
yeah.
it's his fault.
Well, they won't be. They won't be. Because and I never thought I'd live to see the day, actually, but we're actually on strike tomorrow and Christmas Eve. And I never thought I'd live to see the day where that happened. So, yeah.
And you're not just on strike, though, are you? You're doing a little bit more than that.
I'm picketing. I'm picketing. I'm hardcore. I'll be down. I will be down. So I'll probably won't be on the stream too long because I'm gonna have to get up. This is the stupid thing. I get up earlier to go picketing than I will to actually get up and go to work.
Yeah, typical, eh?
Because we want to try and catch the few that are trying to sneak it, the few that are sneaking in. Now, I say few because there's about 60 people in our workplace, and maybe I'd say 5 of them are breaking it, strike breaking, and I mean, look, okay, I get it that people don't want to lose money, especially this time of the year, and especially with the cost of living crisis, but just with the we've kind of not been left with much choice in this one. None of us want to be doing it. I will assure you, none of us want to be striking, but we've really been left with no alternative this time.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with strikes, they're generally at times where I know it can make people who aren't part of the strike feel incredibly inconvenienced because it is an inconvenience, but
Yeah,
it's sometimes that necessary evil, if you will, because there's greater evils going on. There's it's the same sort of thing with the when the NHS strike and things like that.
the NHS, the railways,
Yeah.
you name it. It's pretty crazy time at the moment in the UK if you think about it. Really, I mean, it's almost like a second winter of discontent we've got now. If people familiar with that, I mean, it's a little bit before my time, but famous winter discontent in the late 70s when pretty much most of the country was out on strike. We're kind of in that position again.
Yeah. It's a bit crazy actually how everything has gone, and I mean, it's the bills alone. Like my electricity bill has gone 5 times what it was, and that was before we hit winter. And then there's the gas bill that's gone 3 times what it was as well. And it's just like, I mean, it's insane. It's absolutely insane what we're paying for this stuff, and I don't know how anyone's going to afford anything anytime soon. I think it's time to sort of either riot or leave the country.
Well, I'm not quite going as far as rioting, but yeah, picketing and bringing the country to a standstill. I'm not quite happy with that, honestly. But no, I mean, under normal circumstances, we wouldn't. Especially this time of year, we would in the job and the line of work we're doing, we would not even encompass the idea of going on strike in the run up to Christmas. That's how serious it is. That is absolutely how serious this issue is. And I will say this: the union tried numerous times to give them the company an out on this, including just 2 days ago, and it was almost just saying, "Look, can we get an agreement on just one thing? one thing, and we'll call the strikes off, and then we'll sort all these other issues out in the new year. Nope. So the strikes are going ahead.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It kind
It's
of has to happen, though, doesn't it? As we said, it's a necessary evil.
it is. It is. It's not, again. It's and of course, I mean, I do get very irritated with the way the media cover these things, because they go on a lot about pay disputes. And if you actually speak to most of my work colleagues, it's more attacks on their terms and conditions that they're bothered at, rather than pay. That's almost like a side issue. Although I must admit, watching Mick Lynch from the Railway Workers Union absolutely destroy these people like Kay Burley and Piers Morgan on TV has been fantastic over the past couple of months. So
yeah, I mean, it's a hard situation, and it's good that you're actually doing something about it, and you're being proactive about it, and you're actually joining in. I think a lot of people would be incredibly lazy about the situation. I know I would if I was in your situation. It's like, yeah, other people can do that.
I can't blame the people who are going to say strike but not come down to the picket line on Christmas Eve and just treat it as a couple of days unpaid leave. I can understand that. No, I will be down on the picket line. So
yeah, fair play to you. Good job, Brina. How you doing?
Hi, it's been a minute. Can you guys hear me okay?
Oh yeah,
yeah.
You got a new microphone. You sound gorgeous.
Oh, I did, yes. But sometimes I'm not very good at changing the settings on it, especially when my husband's gone, and I'm like, why isn't this working?
Yeah, it's
But
really
I'm
top
glad
quality.
it's working.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Yes, it was a gift.
Ah, very nice. And how have you been?
I've been good. I actually already celebrated Christmas with the family last weekend. For first Christmas I've gone to in a few years. And it went not as badly as I expected, but how I expected it to be. Just for some context, it was at my Catholic aunt's house, and she called me stressing out because she got these gifts for everyone in the family except for me. And she said it was because it was religious. I thought she was saying it was because it was a religious gift, and I was like, "Oh, I actually appreciate that a lot. Thank you for considering that." And then I kind of found out later she just assumed I wasn't going to be there, which is probably why she didn't get it. But I was very like, it's totally fine. It's not, I understand that this holiday means something different for you guys. You can celebrate it however you need to. It's fine. You don't need to, like, it was weird because it was like she was trying to be inclusive to me, but it was at a point where it's like you're kind of putting a spotlight on a situation that doesn't need a spotlight on. Like, we don't need to talk about it. It's fine. And then she said, and I kid you not, and I know that this is something that people say sometimes, but I've never just so blatantly heard it said. And it was, well, Christmas, it's just really difficult because Christmas is about the birth of Christ and it's a Christian holiday. And I was like, I kind of like froze for a minute because I was like, wait, do you think that people just don't, people that aren't religious, they just don't celebrate Christmas? Like, what's like, we just like, our culture in America is so ingrained in the holidays. I mean, you can't walk into a store without having Christmas throw up on you, like with the music and everything. So I was just like, I mean, there's a lot of reasons to celebrate the holidays that don't, I mean, like, that have nothing to do with what you're talking about. It was just so weird. I just couldn't believe somebody actually was like, thought that as an atheist, I couldn't celebrate Christmas or something. Like, I don't know. It was so.
Well, I don't see
so
there's
bizarre.
any issue with taking part in your community's cultures. Like
Right.
at the end of the day. I mean, not if I'd see a problem if you were going out there and effectively shitting on Christmas in front of everybody and poo-pooing it and telling them, you can't celebrate this, Jesus didn't exist, or whatever. Like that would be wrong, right? But there's nothing wrong with getting involved with the culture that you're in.
And we do celebrate Christmas. That's what I was telling her. I was like, we celebrate it every year. I was like, there's a lot of qualities about Christmas that don't have to be tied to Christianity. In fact, I would say the majority of it isn't, because our culture in America is like capitalism. So
Yeah,
it's about gifts, and like there's, it's
It's
not.
Christmas is definitely a celebration of capitalism. There's no two ways
Yes.
about that.
But the thing is, you look at
exactly.
all the different cultures throughout the years, there's always been some sort of winter festival. It's been the time when people group together in and get huddled, and they have these parties to get through the colder months till, it breaks in the new year and it starts warming up again, and they can get back out in the fields and start plowing again. And I don't think that there's anything bad with having that sort of tradition. And the other side of it is, if I was to go to somewhere like India when Diwali was on, I'd love to take part in that festival. I'm not a Hindu, but I'd love to appreciate their culture. And again, what is the issue with learning about and appreciating another culture? Okay, you might not have some of the core beliefs, but as long as you're not being derogatory towards certain beliefs that people are having, why can't you share the experience? I mean, John, at the moment, I think, at least on the Discord, you're the only person who is religious here. What's your take on this?
No, I think you guys are right that like Christmas is sort of surpassed just sort of being uniquely a Christian holiday. And in fact, like other Christian holidays as well have sort of migrated beyond that. Like St. Valentine's Day, like very few people even realize who Valentine really was. And so like the idea that they're celebrating this saint when they're just like doing something for the people that they love is like totally sort of it's just not connected at all to really how the date was originally celebrated as. And so like the same thing can definitely happen with Christmas, where it's just a sort of time of the year in which people can sort of try to be more generous towards one another and like foster up this sort of spirit of I don't know, gift giving and being this joyous sort of attitude. And while it is certainly, I guess, initially a Christian holiday, but the fact that it's sort of migrated or evolved into something very different is it's not like, oh no, you're celebrating Christmas wrong because you're now like not connecting it to its historical roots. Yeah.
Right. Well, and a lot of the ties to Christmas aren't necessarily Christian like based. Like even though like it is meant to be like for the birth of Christ, or celebrating the birth of Christ. I mean, a lot of the traditions come from other cultures and other religions, like the Christmas tree, the wreath, the mistletoe. All of that is not steeped in Christianity at all.
Careful here, breeder, because you might be about to engage in the atheist Christmas tradition here. That's to have the big historical argument about whether Christmas was the Christians ripped Christmas off from the pagans as well. And I do see it, and I do see this every. Just because I've got a bit of an interest in history, I do see a lot of the same quite inaccurate stuff being put out by certain atheist YouTubers and podcasters every year about this, that are putting up a lot of inaccurate information about this. And let's just say there's not as much. A lot of the common myths about things like Christmas tree and things like Saturnalia or whatever. It's not as clear cut as people think, and it's actually most historians will probably, the vast majority of historians will probably say no. Christmas is not a rip off from pagan holidays entirely. So,
I don't think it is either. I wasn't trying to imply that it was. I was saying that some of the traditions aren't just tied in Christianity, is what I was saying.
Exactly. And Brina, to your point, here in America with the capitalism and everything, a lot of time, isn't it all just like a family gathering thing? One of the few times in the year many of us can get together. If you have a larger family and people from all, in my instance, I'm on the East Coast, and most of my family's on the East Coast, but they're hours and hours from each other, so they don't really get together as often. And we use it more like a gathering. And then if you bring religion into it, I am like out of 60 people in my family, the only atheist. Like the only thing I don't get invited to is Easter, and I understand that one. Like I understand that one. Okay, don't invite me to Easter dinner. I get that one, but the rest of it It's like, how Christian is that? Just to say if you don't believe, you can't be here. Like what?
Mhm.
What?
Well, and it's also I think it's also a little interesting how I think because I'm guessing because in America, the majority of people are a part of a Christian domination.
Mhm.
Um, there's this idea that comes up when you have a really deeply religious family and then you come out as an atheist that suddenly you can't partake in these things. And it's interesting how different that is in comparison to like the Jewish community, for example, because there's a sect of Jewish people who are atheist Jews, and the
Mhm.
reason they still claim that title of being a Jewish person is because it's about their culture, it's about their history. They are still at their core, they still are
Traditionalists.
Jewish, and it's about the culture of it. And like everyone that I've met and spoken to still celebrates Hanukkah. You know, so it's kind of weird that with Christianity, there's this distinction, like suddenly we're going to be offended or freak out if you say Merry Christmas to us. I'm like, what? Does not bother me or offend me at all. And sometimes I know my aunt meant well, but sometimes there's this hyper over fixation on the fact that I'm an atheist to a point where it's like you're putting a spotlight on this situation when I'm completely fine. You're the one that's uncomfortable, and you're making me uncomfortable because you're uncomfortable.
I think. I think there was a going back. This must be about 15 years ago or something now. That there was one local council who decided to like not put like have Christmas lights in their local town or something because they thought it might upset the Muslim community. Until the point where the local imam had to actually point out to him, no, why would this offend us? Why would this offend us at all? Is like
Could
Christmas
be
does
wrong,
not
but don't
offend.
Muslims celebrate Christmas? I thought they.
Well, yeah, I don't quite. I don't know enough.
Okay, I'm
But
almost positive that they do
I
celebrate
pretty much. I
Christmas.
mean,
Like it's just different in a
it's
different way, but
in a different way. But I think it's like they say this imam said something brilliant. Is Christmas does not offend us. Banning Christmas offends everybody. You know.
yeah. Well, and I think that narrative comes from like the people saying happy holidays. They act like Christmas is canceled or something just because people are more inclusive to understanding that there's other holidays that are celebrated around Christmas time, but nobody's getting rid of Christmas, you know, and like.
Well, I did have a little joke with SJ in the chat. And she totally got it as well. It's like when I was talking about being out on strike on Christmas Eve, and I said, "Hey, this is me as an atheist doing my bit for the war on Christmas," you know. So, you know, but
It's interesting though. I mean, because I think sometimes this attitude might come from the way we atheists sometimes act towards religious stuff as well. For example, there are some atheists that will say they can't enjoy, you know, certain supernatural movies or any supernatural movies, but especially if they are religiously themed supernatural movies. They're generally horrors, but they can't enjoy them because they know that the religion's false. And it's like, it doesn't really matter whether the religion's true or false or not, right? I enjoy fiction. You know, some of the best stuff comes out of fiction. Some of the best philosophy comes out of horror movies because it really makes you question a lot of stuff. There's a lot of great ideas within religions as well. Even if you think the overall message is false, there's a lot of good stuff in there. So I don't see why, you know, you have to take this sort of uber skeptic sort of, no, I can't enjoy anything that could be related to religion.
And I guarantee you, most of them are Star Wars fans and will take you through all of the nuances of the Jedi philosophy and stuff. Like, I guarantee you.
Dave, can I add on to that real quick? I do think it's interesting because like I love fiction, I love fantasy, and like I love like I don't know, like Supernatural, for example. But I do have to say, I think when my belief changed and when I was kind of uprooted out of this all of a sudden, holy crap, I don't believe in any of this anymore. I can kind of sympathize and understand some of the I started recognizing things in fiction that I didn't catch before, like a lot of the narratives about atheists in general. And I kind of noticed it playing out, and usually it was a specific genre of possession horror movies, not so much movies that had religious undertones or were, about religion. I mean, you could look at Supernatural. It's it's all about religion and supernatural, but in a very fictive sense. But I can understand sometimes like the uncomfortability. You just start noticing things that you hadn't noticed before, but it's not so much like, oh, I can't enjoy it anymore. I mean, I would still watch those movies. I just pick up on things that I hadn't noticed before. And sometimes it does impact the way like I enjoy a film if I'm like, wow, they're really making an ass out of atheists right now. Like we're the butt of the joke here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it depends on how it's done. Like, I think at the end of the day, if a movie is done well, it's done well, isn't it? No, it doesn't really matter. And I think if something it comes off poorly, if it's written poorly, if there's problems with the structure of it, that is when there's a problem
Right.
with it. And I don't think you should make the judgment just based on, oh, well, it's a bit religious. You know, I mean, they could have. I mean,
course.
one of my favorite books is The Discworld, and I know it's a parody and it's satirical, but it's basically the whole flat Earth thing to the nth degree, and I can enjoy that. I don't believe that the world is actually a disc that's on the back of 4 elephants that are standing on the back of a giant turtle that's swimming through space, but I can still enjoy it, and it's the same way that I can enjoy any form of, you know, religious holiday or religious movie or anything like that.
Well, one of my favourite TV series is the remake of Battlestar Galactica. And there's an awful lot of like religious overtones in the plot to that. I still enjoy it though. It was still to me it was still a very enjoyable show.
Yeah, it was great actually. Well, one of my favorite things that I've watched. I've watched it a few times through. Actually, it's really good. And you're right. I mean, they had essentially the angels there guiding the path. So yeah, no, it was great. John, do you find that certain movies that actually appear to certain things that you believe in, do you find them more worrying now that you became a Catholic, didn't you? Am I right in thinking that? Yeah. Do you find certain things that like the horror movies that appeal to that more troubling now than you did before, or is it no real difference?
I don't really watch horror movies.
No?
So sorry. No. I mean, I guess I have a friend who he's a friend of mine who like really enjoys good movies, but he'll like have weird, silly reasons for why he doesn't like certain of them. So like he used to really enjoy the movie Signs by M. Night Shyamalan, and that like features a Catholic priest in it, but that's like not really relevant to the plot. But he was telling me about how lately he doesn't find the movie as enjoyable because like it holds to a position on like determinism that he doesn't really find that plausible. Where like, oh, the priest's wife, or I guess he might have been like Anglican, I guess, or something like that. She knew what was exactly going to happen to the T, and so like, oh, that for that reason he finds it implausible. But like, I don't know. I think that's just sort of like
Fiction. It's not supposed to be entirely plausible.
I know.
So the level of determinism was too much, so therefore it was definitely
exactly.
gonna. It didn't allow for
It's
free
a good
will.
movie, I guess, but I don't agree with it theologically. So
So it happens on either side of the spectrum, hey?
yeah, exactly.
Steen, great to have you here. Looking great. Man, your beard's got glorious. When did that happen?
It happens once in a while until my wife threatens me enough, then I have to cut
it. Awesome. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm in Ireland.
You're in Ireland? Oh, wow.
Yes.
Is that the wife's family? Awesome.
Yeah. In-laws.
And I take it you're there for Christmas?
Yes. We arrived yesterday and we're here for a good 10 days. It's going to be amazing.
Oh, very nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
And have you got many plans whilst you're out there, or is it just relax and drink?
No, mostly just tying the kids up, leaving them in corners around the house, making sure nobody finds them for a while, something like that.
And have you got much Lego with you?
No, I haven't.
Oh my god,
No,
what are you
I
going to
don't.
do?
I don't bring it because then I have to. The problem with Lego is once you build it, right, it's so much bigger than once it's unbuilt.
Yeah.
So it's just not worth it, unfortunately.
Fair. But it sounds like you're going to have a pretty good time either way, though. So there's a couple of people who are saying they're having trouble getting in to the stream. So I need to help them out. I'm going to give them a new link, maybe. It's Crisis, and yeah, you're free to join us, obviously. But and Craig has popped in as well. How you doing? Yeah, Craig's saying that you're there. And Emerson is saying that he loves your stash, John. I must say, you're definitely looking more mature now. So yeah, I will give you a hand in just a second, Crisis. But oh yeah, so SJ says, when my kids were young, I like Legos even more than them. Yeah, I can understand that. I think that I would be in a similar state. In fact, when I with my son, it used to annoy me that he didn't care about building the models. He just wanted to play with all the little characters. And he'd spend his time, and he'd take them all apart as well into little pieces, and then he'd put the different hands on different ones, and I'd just be like, "But what about the cafe and the plane and the train and what about the city? We've built a city, and it's not a city anymore. It's just little pieces and the people in pieces." And but yeah, that's
That's the whole premise of the Lego movie.
Yes.
That is literally the story of the Lego movie.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't go so far as to glue them, but I was tempted.
I'm gonna say, if I ever have children, I'm buying them Lego just so I have an excuse to play with it again.
Yeah. It's a perfectly good excuse. I would definitely say so. Here's a weird one though, right? Why in America did they say Legos rather than Lego? Because
they're weird.
I think isn't it just a plural for like individual bricks or something?
Yeah,
but it isn't. That's the problem.
Lego is the brand, isn't it? They're Lego bricks.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
You say Lego pieces or Lego bricks. I was told this. I did a promo for Lego, and I was told this. It was like, don't say Legos.
Yeah.
Actually, they told me try not to say Lego in the movie. I was like, what? This is literally a motion for Lego. I'm not allowed to say Lego. They're like, no, please try not to do that. I was like, okay, these plastic bricks are great. What?
It's funny the things advertising companies come up with.
I don't think you see. I would be really ambitious and try and fit the word Duplo in there, because I don't even think the Lego manufactured Duplo anymore. So,
well, here's the question: if okay, I know the Lego company is all about no, you can't call it Legos because Lego is the name of the company. But what about Oreos? Do you call those Oreo cookies instead? No, we can't call them Oreos. Oreo is the name of the company. I don't know. It just seems similar to me that
You're right. It is similar. You're right. It is similar. I think it depends on what the company wants to be called, though. I guess. But I suppose technically it would be correct that they are Oreo cookies rather than Oreos. But
yeah, but you could say the same for Cokes, right? Could I have some Coke Pops or Coke soda pops, not Cokes?
Coca-Cola is what it is. It's a cola, and Coke is the company. But
yeah, I mean,
Lego.
I was just going to say, I mean, I don't know what it's like in other places in the world, but certainly in the UK, it's like it's like if you just go in there into some anywhere and order a Coke, no one says, "Can I have a cola?" Whether it's Pepsi, it's just everyone says, "Can I have a Coke?"
Yeah.
No matter what brand of cola is there behind, on offer.
And that's quite common as well. Actually, you find that with rolling papers, we just call them all Rizzler. Your vacuum cleaners, they're all called Hoovers.
Mhm.
We do that quite often. Generally, there is a single brand which becomes the thing that it
They won the
is.
marketing,
Yeah,
essentially.
basically, it is the main thing. And even though it's not actually a Hoover, it's a Dyson or it's a Shark or whatever,
Mhm.
we still call it a Hoover, even though actually it's a vacuum cleaner. And that
I
happens with all
think
sorts of things. But with Lego, they've always been sort of the only thing. I know you get some
I
fake ones, but
partially, I think it's partly the fan base. I mean, Lego doesn't really care if you call them Lego bricks or Legos. They might care in their official videos because it means play well in Danish, and you can't really pluralize that.
right.
It's play wells. I use these play wells. It's like, well, that doesn't really work. So might be that, but yeah, it's mainly fan based, and same. No, I'm not saying it's the same as discussing the Polysemous definition of atheism, but you will get into fights about this.
Another good example of this stuff. You could maybe argue what some people might argue we're on now, podcast, which is something that was derived from Apple iPods. It was people recorded these programs that were released on iTunes for use on iPods. It's become like it's people record podcasts, nothing to do with Apple, an Apple product anymore. But that's a good example.
Yes, no, I think that's actually a really good one, and it also frustrates me that people call it a podcast when it isn't just an audio podcast, because even though I can understand how it sort of moved down the line, like podcasts to me are still these audio things, and they should still be like these audio talk shows. That's what the podcasts sort of were. You might have it like it's basically a radio show, but for it was downloadable, and the fact that like video streams and things like that still get called podcasts and stuff as well. It throws sparks into my brain, and it's like does not compute. I'm
gonna say I'm almost a little anal about that when someone sees one of my live streams or whatever. So I enjoyed your podcast the other day. I don't do podcasts. I do YouTube live streams. I don't release a sole audio version of this.
It only annoys me that people don't call them shotcasts when they're really shoddy, because then I can avoid them. They should have a different term. This is shitty. Don't watch it. Okay.
That'd be pretty much anything we do.
That'd be a good description of what I do.
I've just seen Philip. You've joined the chat, dude. How you doing, buddy? Are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Oh yes, yeah. You sound absolutely fantastic, dude.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it's been a while, hasn't it?
It has indeed.
Quite a while, actually. Yeah.
Are you home for Christmas, or are you staying?
Yeah, I am.
You are.
I am.
You're at home now?
I am at home now. That's why I was able to join as well, I think. I still have to wrap up some last things for university, but should be done by tomorrow, so that's good. And I already am home, so yeah.
And how is university going?
Oh, it's going really well. It's been a really fantastic experience so far, I have to say. Really enjoying it. I don't have that much time anymore, unfortunately, but I'm still like lurking on Twitter sometimes and seeing the discussions play out and stuff. So yeah, I'm still there, just not as active, I suppose.
Have any conversations recently piqued your interest? Are there any that you've seen that you've just had to triple facepalm to?
I still see there's always like the classic facepalms, like both on the atheist and the theist side that I've run into, like a lot about morality and like I found that a little bit unfortunate, and then some arguments about the definition of atheism as we've already heard tonight, I think, referenced.
What do you mean? We're infallible.
Yeah, I know. We are correct. Everybody else is wrong with their way of using the word, of course. But like people know that. Yeah, that's the way it plays out. But I also I think recently I've seen a lot of buzz around certain new arguments for theism that I haven't looked into yet. So that's kind of interesting, like psychophysical laws and stuff like that on the philosophical side. But I haven't really I'm so overwhelmed with all the other stuff that I honestly haven't had much time to look into all of that anymore. So that's a bit unfortunate, I guess. But yeah.
There's always time.
Yeah, I will have time. I will find the time. Don't worry.
I love the young people getting busy. I love it. When young people start getting busy, Philip, it's like, oh shit, man. All this fun stuff I used to do, there's no time for that. Like, gotcha.
Yeah. I mean, I was really close sometimes in joining again, for a live stream, but then it always something went south at the last minute. So yeah.
I mean, yeah, it would be great to have you back more often, but at the end of the day, your university degree and all of that is far more important than some live stream on the internet with a bunch of old weirdos.
Yeah, I also don't I think I would like to have some new material as well, because I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot, and I haven't digged up new stuff recently and on this topic. So I'd also feel I think I have to investigate some new things, to be able to bring something new to the table, and not always even though they're the same discussions come up all the time, but then I also don't want to respond to them in the same ways, because otherwise it feels like we're stagnating in a way.
No, I can understand that, but I mean, other things have come up as well. Obviously, there's been the whole power struggle over at Twitter and how that affects things.
Oh yes, that has been. Yeah, that's quite a huge change. I also noticed you passed 1K subscribers. That's congratulations.
Oh, thank you. Yes,
that's great.
Yeah, we were surprised that happened. I don't really know how it did. But yeah, we're very appreciative of that. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Though it's quite funny as well, though. It seems to be a big portion of it seemed to have come from doing shorts. So I guess that they're more popular than the normal long form videos these days, which makes sense because I mean I understand not having much of an attention span, and a short is definitely easier for me to digest. Oh, short, and I might watch on and off throughout the day enough shorts to equate to one full stream, but it's the fact that it is separate different things happening all over the place that it makes it easier for me. So maybe that's just the way things are going to be going in the future, and that's going to be more of a focus than the long form stuff. Maybe it's also the fact that when we talk for longer, people just find us boring. But yeah, so Philip, you said you're home for Christmas. What are your plans?
Oh, just gonna be in the family, and celebrate with the family mostly. And then for New Year's, I'll fly back to Amsterdam.
Nice.
And celebrate New Year's there. Yeah, so that's
New Year's in
I'm
Amsterdam.
excited about that. Yeah, I'm excited about that. Yeah.
I bet that's going to be a blast. I'd say don't do anything I wouldn't, but actually you're probably safer being a bit more restrictive than that.
Yeah, I think I can manage.
So, your course, you've been doing it. You've done your first half year now, haven't you?
Yeah, pretty much. Yes.
Do you feel like it's gone well? Your assignments and everything like that have gone as you expected?
Yeah, I think it's really gone better than I expected, even in many ways. I think the university is great. The environment is great. I find the courses really interesting and all that. And the experience of living abroad and all of that has really changed me as well in many ways for the better. So I think mostly that I've noticed a lot of changes in the way I for example, with all of mental health stuff and stuff, it has gotten significantly better. So
excellent.
I really that sort of stuff is really big for me, and has been a huge year for that. So I'm really happy on that front.
Oh, wonderful. That's fantastic news. That's really, really, really good to hear.
Yeah.
So, those of you that have your own channels or work on another channel, do you have any big plans for the new year? I'm gonna work from what I can see my end top to bottom, so I think that's you, Brina.
I don't think I have any plans that are different. I'm working on actually a lot of things currently. I have a lot of videos that are recorded. I just have to get around to editing them.
I hear that.
And yeah, I mean, editing process takes so long, and I kind of look at YouTube. For me, the reason I've been able to enjoy it so much is because I don't look at it as something I need to like constantly be working on and putting out and like trying to grow my channel. It's sort of just a way for me to it's almost therapeutic for me. I feel like I've discovered a lot about myself when I talk about topics. I think of things as I'm talking about them that I hadn't have thought of before. It's like an outlet for me to express not only myself and my experiences, but what I see going on in the world and how I feel about that, and just kind of building a community where people can feel safe and less alone, and just creating whatever content I feel like creating at that time. And usually it has to do with me hyperfixating on an issue for a couple weeks, and I'm like, I need to get this out of my brain like right now. So we're gonna do a YouTube video on it, even though nobody asked for it and nobody probably cares about it, but I need an outlet.
I gotta say, I enjoy your stuff, Brina. Actually, I will say, I kind of discovered you when you were covering a guy. We won't mention his name, but he's somebody I don't like. We'll put it that way in the community. He. I don't know if Claire's still on the line there. Claire
here.
Claire might tell you. Yeah, we did a little award ceremony last year. We're doing it again this year, and this particular person I'm thinking of was the winner last year. So I'm not, Joe. I'm just saying, I don't know what the language parameters are on this stream, Joe. So I don't want to necessarily say the name of the award.
Oh,
we'll actually be talking about.
There we go. Then the Cunt of the Year awards, and I'll just say last year Jimmy Snow won it. So, and I'm going to just say, if you go to my community tab now, there are some. We're doing it again. It's on my channel this year because Aussie Jen hosted it last year. There's several different categories, but I'm going to say I'm pushing hard for John Richards this year. I am pushing hard for that guy.
Is that because of his law of identity thing?
No.
Oh no!
Oh no! This is to do with that whole atheist, the AAI debacle.
Oh yes, no, the funds things and the 37 and 6 and 55 and like members and all of that.
And 6,000 a year is too much to be paying someone in India. Like, trying to explain it, John. How can I put this? Race pay is racism, John. Can I just,
Yeah.
I will say quickly before you move on to the next person. I guess I am focusing a little bit more on cancel culture. A lot of the videos I have planned that I'm working on are talking about cancel culture and how the left has responded and weaponized the concept of it. I plan on doing a reaction to the cancel culture debate with who is it? Cosmic Skeptic. So I think Alex.
Oh yeah.
And some stuff like that. And I actually I'm not getting back into the content with the person that you're talking about, but I am going to do a video addressing some of the stuff he said about cancel culture recently too. Minus all the other stuff that happened. But.
I haven't paid attention to him in a long time, actually. But
I haven't either, but I still get, because those videos blew up, and that's how a lot of people found me. I still get the DMs and stuff about it, and that's the only reason why I'm like even aware of half the stuff that he says.
But this is just me personally. This is the reason I don't watch The Line, because I know he owns it, and I know there's a lot of really good people that do shows on there, but I just can't because of him. So it's
I don't watch
just
a lot of atheist debate shows anymore, honestly. They all kind of rub me the wrong way. There was a time that I really enjoyed them, but it was during a lot of
I think they've
anger.
gotten very.
and-
I think, yeah. If you're going for that angry, like the call-in shows, I mean, I think when you sort of, a lot of people when they first come to atheism or whatever, if especially if they come out religious, they find something like the atheist experience, or they find someone like Matt Dillahunty or whoever, and it's it's a little bit therapeutic, isn't it? Sort of, but you get to a certain point where you've heard that same conversation so many times, and
Yeah.
it's like, well, I want to hear something else now, and
I think I think the biggest issue is not so much the content itself, like singularly. I mean, obviously there's individual issues in how they're talking to people and treating others and all of that. But as far as like the kind of aspect of talking about religion, I don't have an issue with that in a debateful manner. It's more when that's like all that you're offering, and it feels like all you're offering is just ridiculing and embarrassing like religious people, how they see as embarrassing them for fun.
Yeah.
Like there's a time and a place for mocking, and it shouldn't be your only way to communicate. And I think it shouldn't be like your instinct to just start mocking somebody because of their beliefs, unless like they're actively telling you something that's atrocious or inappropriate. You know what I mean?
It's a lot of the reason I don't watch the sort of flat Earth debates anymore for the same reason. And yeah, but they also get they get very repetitive. All of these things do, and you get to a certain point of, but I found especially with a lot of the call-in shows that it did get very repetitive and a similar thing. Now, I will say I still watch Eric and V occasionally, because I do find they have some good conversations. But I really just kind of like tuned out of the call-in shows because they were all sort of trying to do the same thing.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
They weren't bringing anything new to the table. Yeah.
No.
Also, Matt has left, right? If I'm correct, like I managed to catch that.
He's
He has left
He's
the ACA.
left the ACA, but he's still doing the shows on the line where which is
Of course, him and Jimmy are best friends.
same. Yeah, which is essentially is the same thing he was doing on the Atheist Experience. So it's not.
I see.
Yeah,
there was a bit of drama surrounding that departure, but I didn't like go.
I know bits. I know a bit about it. There's bits that I'm not that I know from that I'm not at liberty to share because some of it was told to me in confidence. But there's some bits obviously that people are very well aware of. So I've got mixed feelings about it because I don't necessarily disagree with some of the reasons Matt left. I just felt that the only thing that rubbed me the wrong way was that a number of other people, such as Rudy, Autumn, whoever left and got kind of chastised by Matt for airing their grievances with the ACA publicly. And then he went and did that, it kind of got a bit of I kind of got a bit of a rules for thee, but not for me kind of vibe about that. So
yeah, no, there definitely was a bit of that. But we're not here to talk about Matt.
No. Okay, that's enough Matt for one evening, I think.
Brina, was there anything else you wanted to let us know about that's coming out in the future, or was that it? There's quite a fair chunk that you told us.
Right. Well, I guess I am writing a book.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I was kind of surprised by the genre of it because I've mostly been writing a fiction series right now. But after my grandma died and processing grief for the first time in my life, and also the first time as an atheist, and the whole experience surrounding seeing somebody actively dying, I needed an outlet, and it kind of started as just like a therapy journal, and I think it's going to kind of be a combination of like prose poetry and like journal entries. And I wanted to write something that I wish I could read from someone else, and I feel like a lot of the grief genre, like in that genre, the grief literature in that genre is very much, it doesn't speak to me as an atheist. It doesn't speak to me as a survivor of trauma, and it doesn't speak to me with when it comes to intergenerational trauma. And I wanted to be able to sort of incorporate all that in hopefully a concise way that hopefully other people can relate to, and hopefully find the words that I wish I could have heard, if that makes sense.
No, and I think that's great as well, because it is one of the things. I mean, we've had the discussion before that there are certain things that atheism is definitely lacking over certain religious beliefs. There is some more comfort that you can take in things with, you know, grief and death in the community. So it's true, and everything is probably geared more towards a particular belief system as well. And so all the writing, as you say, there's nothing that would have spoken to you. And do you know what?
Yeah.
Even if
And
there
it leaves
was,
you feeling very isolated too, just very
yeah,
isolated in the experience and just unable to express my feelings with the other people that loved this person in the way that I did, because we're grieving so differently, and it's almost like my feelings will offend them, and then also their feelings are kind of, it's difficult because as somebody who has a very religious family, it's like there's a sense of pity that comes off of them in waves. And even if it's not intentional, when you're grieving, it is very hard to navigate through all of that. The idea that, and also the sense of proselytizing when they, you know, at a time when you shouldn't be doing that. And just how trauma can, if I wasn't as secure of a person as I am, I could see how very easily being in that traumatic situation, and that's could have kind of just geared me for that type of manipulation and being taken advantage of and kind of manipulated at a time when I wasn't able to really think very clearly for myself, you know, and just kind of getting wrapped up in a belief system that I view would have been like overall just not healthy for me in my grieving process. So
no,
yeah.
honestly, that sounds amazing. I think that if you can get it done, I mean, it's going to be really difficult to refine, but I'm sure you'll do it because you know, you're very talented. And yeah, I think that if you can get it like spot on, I can't wait to see like the finished product and sort of
I
how
was
it
going to
goes.
say, if you get that published, I'd be very interested in reading that,
I
because
want to too.
yeah, I've certainly had thoughts around dealing with similar issues myself, and I mean, just with, you know, especially sort of dealing with people that have you know, a religious belief, or even just a sort, you know, a I don't know, a belief in something spiritual, or that there's an afterlife or something. And I mean, it's like the you know, just sort of how you deal with like other people's reactions to are quite it's sometimes quite a tricky thing to navigate.
It
I do
definitely
have a
is.
video on my channel that I posted shortly after my grandma died, and I do think I have shared that with a lot of people, and I know a lot of people, when I was volunteering with Recovering from Religion, really found it really helpful and comforting to hear. So I want to kind of emulate what I said in that video in a larger, longer, more detailed sort of format, to where I can reach out to even more people.
There's loads of good material on how you deal with people whose ideologies are part of their personality and have a hard time dealing with that. But they all require that you actually have communication with them and talk to them and respect them, and that's really, really hard on these platforms Because
Yeah.
there's always some
Yeah.
guy, there's always some other guy that comes in and tells them that whatever, you know, and then it just
Oh,
doesn't go that way. So
Mm.
to me, it really requires
yeah.
sitting down,
There's
respecting,
always
listening to people, which is
there's always
obvious.
I mean, as an atheist, and I know there's always going to be some atheist out there who'll just say something. What you think he's up there with your sky daddy or something, and I'll just see a comment like that and just you know, and I
That's awful. That's like
cringe.
that is
That is
a
awful.
horrible
Right.
thing to say to
That's
somebody.
Right.
And it's just as horrible as
Yeah.
some of the comments that I've gotten that I've had to delete when I was grieving. You know, it's equally, you don't intrude on somebody's grieving process in that way.
No, and I think
you
that's
just
the thing
don't.
that we struggle with. I mean, like, regardless of what you believe or don't believe, when someone is grieving, that's not the time for that conversation. And I see it on Twitter all
No.
the time, and I see these posts where someone is grieving and maybe they're asking for prayers, and maybe it's this god or that god or whatever, and people take this opportunity to join that thread and be an absolute arsehole. And it doesn't matter who it is. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter whether they're an atheist or a theist or whatever. Like, there are people, no matter what is saying, they jump on it. Some people might say, well, they're going to hell because they're an atheist, or, you know, or they're saying, oh, don't worry, they're with God now. Or they're saying, oh, well, what, you think it's with the Sky Daddy, like you said? Or why are you worrying? You know, it's just what it was before they were alive. They're okay. You'll be okay. I don't see what the problem is. There's no empathy there. There's no appreciation for the fact that people are actually grieving and going through something. And the fact is, they're trying to deal with it in their own process. And what are you doing? You're poo-pooing that process on top of being a complete knob.
You know
Yeah, I
what?
mean, I think a lot, especially if it's people you don't know as well, which just seems to be a lot of the thing. And if it comes across your thread, I mean, what's just wrong with saying if you're an atheist and you just you're dealing with a theist who's lost, what's wrong with just saying really sorry for your loss?
Yeah, exactly. Just a bit of compassion.
What's so wrong with that? You know,
There's nothing wrong, but if I can just play devil's advocate for 1 second. This is a platform where you are meant to satisfy your fan base and your users and your whatever it is you have that's going on. And I think all of us here probably are on the side of being understanding and sort of listening and being well behaved. And I don't think I don't know. I actually don't know people's numbers, but the people who have loads of numbers are the people who take those more extreme, more forceful, more critical views and sort of just bash that out there because people associate with it. That's what they side with because they feel comfortable with it. They side with it, and they don't have to step out of their comfort zone. At least that's how I see it. So it's really hard to have a middle stance and trying to be the good person because you don't get a following because you're just the decent guy, right?
You're not causing drama.
Yeah.
Claire, you have been trying to talk for a while, so let's give you a chance.
This one really speaks to me because being a decent person, a good human, doesn't have anything to do with, whether you believe or you don't believe. And that should be first, not like the numbers, not like if your stance is such that you got to come out swinging even when someone is vulnerable, what kind of a stance is that? Like, really?
Most definitely.
I just don't get that. Like I hear what you're saying about, the ones that it's more their character, it's more what they're known for because they have larger numbers and a bigger audience. But if you're not you really want to be known to be that crappy person first, I mean, this is a problem. This is a problem I see everywhere. No, good person first in your beliefs, because if you had to beat somebody up with them, you really don't have an argument. It's a
I
weak one.
agree. But I think the problem is the fact that actually being that bad person is what appeals to people as well. People actually are attracted to the drama and
I know. It's like shitty people roll. It's disgusting. I'm going to start a campaign. No.
I mean, I'll say this, and I think sometimes, like, I can understand a situation where people get pissed off with this. There are definitely situations where I get pissed off when I see the thing where I see the saying thoughts and prayers, and it's usually to do with there being enough of mass shooting in America and pro-gun people just saying shoot thoughts and prayers. Yeah, in that respect, I kind of get pissed off.
Yeah.
True, but isn't there a better way?
But that's not a universal thing. That if if I just see like someone's had a bereavement or whatever, and just someone's just sort of said thoughts or prayers or I'm praying for you, whatever. Why is that? Why is that? Why do you need at that point?
Can
Do you need
I address
to
that as an
jump in?
American?
Yeah.
I get that all the time. Like, and I understand the frustration of everyone who's not an American hearing that phrase and going, "That's not enough." But if you actually think Americans don't know that that's not enough, that someone like myself
Yeah.
doesn't have the frustration of not being able to get a single thing passed in legislation to do anything about it, I don't see the need to beat on the person that's using the only thing to make themselves feel better about it. I mean, if you're
Yeah.
actually, how could you come at them and act like, just because they're using that phrase means they don't want better? Like we're
I
talking
think
mass
I
shootings
think
on
I should
children.
I think I should clarify what I meant there. It's certain people, how can I say, generally generally when it's certain, should we say, pro gun politicians who who will just say thoughts and prayers, and it's like
I would like to see foreigners addressing it with more
you
things like, "Are you active
yeah
locally?" Coach them, help them.
yeah
Don't berate them. Like, we have enough trouble here. We don't need,
mm,
we need
I think there's
support
a
trying to get it
sorry.
done. Go ahead.
I think there's a difference. I think the biggest difference is targeting individual people for just expressing their condolences in ways that are comfortable and ways that make sense to them versus criticizing an entity like a politician, a legislation, things like that. Like there's a huge difference. And sometimes people get really caught up in just attacking individual people, especially when it comes to platforms like Twitter and in the end comments of YouTube videos, and it's not helpful, and I mean it doesn't get anywhere, and I also think it's a large issue with just sorry, I lost my train of thought with whatever I was about to say. It totally just disappeared from my brain.
But I hear
Um
you on that. It's not the individual when you have an issue, a thing with the
oh
issue. Don't berate the individual about it. Exactly.
mhm. And I was also gonna say, I think it's also an issue with people not getting the proper they're going to, like, the atheist experience and the line to get, like, what they should be getting in therapy, like, it's a trigger response almost, and then you're angry and you're lashing out and you're taking it out on everybody else, and it's like, these are things that you need to deconstruct and work through in therapy so that you're able to understand why you're feeling the way you are, why you feel offended, why you feel defensive, and then control your reaction so that you remember that there is a human being on the other side of that, and they're not deserving of having all of your baggage dropped on them just because you can't handle your emotional response in a way where you can have some self-control, to think about what you're about to say before you say it and how it's going to impact somebody else, even if they don't have that self-control. You have to be accountable to yourself. You can't control what they're going to say. You can't control what you're going to say.
Yeah, well said.
Yeah, if people started
Well
there,
said,
it would be
Brina.
a lot easier. Well said. Exactly.
So, I mean, that was fantastic. Thank you very much for that, Brina. I mean, that's inspired a ton of great conversation.
Sorry,
as
that
well.
was a lot. I didn't mean to take up the whole conversation.
No, that
with
was
that,
great.
but-
No, that was fantastic. That's
Look
exactly what
forward to what
these
you're doing,
questions are for. But next on my list was I was going to turn things over to you, John. You need to tell us what you're coming up with content wise.
I mean, I don't really have an active YouTube channel or anything. I just like hopping on people's YouTube channels like this and then having discussions. But at least I do have a planned discussion with a polytheist, actually, Stephen Dillon from Twitter. he has like this book, a sort of Platonic approach to polytheism. So we're going to be having a conversation on Dry Apologist channel to sort of go over some of the reasoning in his book, and I think it's interesting, and I'm definitely looking forward to talk to him. But besides that, I think probably what I'll be doing is developing my theodicy that I've been working on a little bit further. The participation theodicy. So I've already written a paper, well, 2 papers that are short on it, and I'll probably want to make a YouTube video just sort of like going over the points in the paper, just so I can get a little bit more interaction from atheists, just to see if this is at all worthwhile sort of a route to go down as a theist or not. And so I think it'll be interesting. So far, I've had a couple good discussions with people on it. So
I'm
looking
sure
forward to
you'll
seeing
get
how
some
that.
of the typical bad responses of someone just saying it's special pleading without you even actually reading the entire thing. But yeah, I hope you get some good responses on it, because a good critique is the way to improve. So yeah, awesome. If you want to send it our way, we'd love to have a read as well.
Yeah, once I do that, I'll be sure to do it.
Awesome. So next on my list as well is Claire. Claire, you've got loads of stuff going on all the time. I don't know how you have so
I
much
do.
content all the time, but what have you got coming up in the new year?
Well, I'm very excited. I do have something new coming up. I'm starting a new series called Culture Conversations, with the cult and the con kind of emphasize. I have covered a lot of cults in the past on many other channels with hereticals and myself, and um but mainly it's going to be focusing on one-on-one conversations with people who have either been in a cult or left an organized religion, or of all nature, that way. And then also talking with many of the ex that leave, that are in psychology and in therapy, on how we can actually help people better with this and get more information out on the acceptance of it, because I see over and over people just getting attacked because they were part of something, and then when you try to have the conversations, people aren't understanding and are actually attacking them as if they are the thing. Like, as if I just recently had a very long conversation with an ex Scientologist, and many of the questions were almost as if he was Scientology. and and not someone who just came out of it, like, for a very long time and was still struggling. And something he said to me really resounded with me. He said it was one of the first conversations he had where he felt like he was heard, and that broke my heart. And
Aw.
I
Was that
decided,
Chris?
no, it wasn't Chris.
No.
Chris
Oh, it
has
wasn't
been
Chris.
heard. It was Doug.
Yeah.
It was Doug, and it's
Oh,
on my
okay.
channel. And he felt, he responded in such a way that the stream went on for 3 hours, and then he joined me on my next one, like he didn't want to leave.
Mm.
Oh,
And
bless.
so you
That's
all know
awesome.
you all know me. I just love to talk. I love the conversations about anything. So he hit me with a need that I thought, well, I have an interest. I've done all the research on many, many cults. I've done deep dives on Raelians and Nexium and, most of them. But I decided to expand it to actually organized religion, and even Christian nationalism, MAGA, all of this.
Mm.
Maybe not necessarily a cult, but cult like mindset, and to help the people that are in or struggling or on the way out, and let people be heard a little bit more.
There's a few people on Twitter who could probably deal with that as well.
Well, send them
Y'all
my
still use
way.
Twitter?
Yes,
Y'all still use that? Okay.
yeah, yeah.
Well,
Although,
like tonight.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. So I look forward to those conversations. So I'm glad you asked. It's going to start in January, and
Awesome.
yeah.
So is that going to be on your Clairview channel, or is that going to be elsewhere, or?
It is going to be on Clearview, and it's going to be a combination of live streams and podcast style,
Okay.
because I'm trying to get better at video. So and so I need some downtime to actually hone my craft that way.
Yeah,
And
sounds awesome though.
yeah, so and you know me, it's not about the camera, it's about the conversation. So podcast is going to work pretty well.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Actually, there's something that all of you should probably check out if you're into the whole sort of like podcast thing, or like more an audio thing. I joined it just to see what it's like, and it's kind of entertaining to kill a few minutes, and it's this thing called the Wisdom app. I'll send you my link if you want, because I think you can
Oh
get
yes,
like a
please.
bonus for doing it. But basically, people ask you questions, and you give them like a 60-second audio response that you just record in your phone. But it's just and you hear other people answering some of the same questions or different questions, and it can be really interesting because obviously they're trying to fit as much information as they can into a 60-second segment. But you hear such different takes on things, and you're just like, sometimes, why didn't I think about it like that before? That makes so much sense. So I've actually been enjoying both listening and doing. So I will drop it into to the chat for you all to try out, or I'll try and work it out on my phone in a sec.
You said it's called the Wisdom app? The Wisdom app? Is
Yeah,
that
it's
what you
the
said
Wisdom
it was?
app. Yeah, if I give you
Okay.
my link though, I think you get like
Okay.
a bonus for signing up, because you get to sign up as a mentor rather than just one of the people that asks questions. So it makes it a bit more fun because
Yeah.
you can ask and answer and all that sort of thing.
Oh, sounds like great.
But yeah, I'll send that out to you. I'll try and put it in the chat. I'll try and do it via my phone. Right. So I would like to say hello to Giovanni. How are you doing? And hello to Eduardo as well. You've just
Hello, how are you?
Absolutely fantastic. Yourself?
I'm fine. Thank you.
It's great to have you here. Thank you both for joining us on this stream. As you can tell,
Thank you.
it's just us having a load of fun.
Yeah,
and chatting.
I've been listening to you.
Excellent. Now this is the first time I think you and I have interacted, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Awesome. How did you find us?
I found you on Twitter, and I saw the announcement about this meeting, and I caught it up.
Yeah, wicked. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Really fantastic. And as we've asked everybody as they've joined the stream, what are your Christmas plans?
Well, I plan to spend time with my family, and we have, in fact, two meetings. One on the Christmas Eve on the 24th, and one on the 25th itself. Besides that, I want to keep next year to following all these channels and people that provide very important content to my life about, let's say, religion and atheism and all sorts of that, because I became an atheist about 10 years ago, and it's been a liberating experience.
Awesome. I tell you what, I'd love to have a conversation with you about that in more detail at some point in the future. That's the sort of conversation I love finding out. I love finding out why people believe what they believe and what led them to whatever conclusion that they got to. It's one of those things that I just find incredibly interesting. So I'd love to hear more about that in the future. But Giovanni, I haven't asked you yet either. So what are your Christmas plans?
I have family over right now, and I'm gonna have more on Friday from New Orleans. So that's just gonna be also spend time with family, survive college, get my bachelor's, find a part-time job. Hopefully, I don't die in any of that. Yeah.
Awesome. You having a big do with your family, or is it more of a small one, or what?
A lot of families coming over. Like, I'm not sure if we're gonna do anything like huge, but hopefully we at least go out to eat at least one time. I haven't seen the ones coming in New Orleans. I haven't seen them ever. I only heard phone conversations, so that'd be fun to see them tomorrow. Be odd though, because I haven't interacted with them in any meaningful sense. So yeah.
I suppose that can be a bit difficult, especially when it's family, rather than like someone that you've been friends with for a year. If it's just someone that's a family member that you only chat to, and you're suddenly thrust in together. Oh, I haven't spoken to you in 3 years.
That sounds like a stressful Christmas, man.
Yeah.
Usually Christmas is something you do where you're like, it's the same routine. Like I end up arguing politics with my dad and him telling me how my youth has been wasted and I didn't get on the picket lines enough and didn't do enough for my sake. So I've got, it feels at home, but meeting a new family, a new shit.
Well, my family
I'll be making up for you for the picket line thing tomorrow. Don't worry.
Believe it or not, my family isn't that political. I mean, they have like their political leanings, but like they all kind of agree, like all of them are kind of trash, regardless of where they lean on. They're all just liars. I'm like, okay, cool. I'm kind of like that too, though. So
that's my problem. My parents are very political. Always have been.
Oh, okay.
I'm an academic. I've got a completely different rabbit hole. And I really don't care what people do about their societies and how they shape it. I should, arguably, but I don't.
As long as things are evolving properly, right?
Yeah.
Because of like a sense of nihilism, like no matter what happens or who we elect, it's nothing really changes, kind of thing. Because that's kind of where I lean on sometimes. Like,
I can understand a certain level of political nihilism.
I don't know enough. Like, dude, like, do you know how much like for me to read? Because sometimes what happens is like I go down the liberal hole and I become like real liberal. Okay, and then I go down the conservative hole and I really like, who do I trust? Kind of thing.
None of
almost
them.
Like exactly.
No. I was gonna start a new political. I tried to start a new political party called the Apathy Party, but trying to get any meetings going was a bit difficult. so anyway, on that note, Joe, I am going to have to make a move, mate, because someone mentioned picket lines. I've got to get up really early to go get on one tomorrow morning. So cool. I better call it a night. Thanks for having me on.
No, thank you for coming.
Nice meeting some of the people that I haven't met before.
Well, Jeff, before you go, I mean, you were going to be up next in the line. Is there anything you want to tell us about what you're planning on doing next year, just to let people know? Just a couple of lines, and then you can bugger off.
Okay. Well, I'll just say this then. Very, very early in the new year, probably the 2nd of January, it will be the award ceremony for the Cunt of the Year Awards. If you want to vote on that, go to Godless Scummer on YouTube, go to my community tab, and there's the polls. And can I please vote for John Richards? Please vote for that guy. Because he deserved it.
Yeah.
Okay, see you later, guys.
Yeah, have yourself a good one, Jeff. See you later, mate.
Right, bye.
Awesome. Right, well, I want to tell you guys something really important, and it's I finished my beer about 20 minutes ago, and I really need a refill. So I can either leave the stream running, or I can put things in, be right back for 5 minutes, and I can be back. Well, what do you want to do?
Just fuck off.
Yeah. You guys are going to carry on, and I'll fuck off. Yeah.
Okay. Who is next in your line? We could just go to the next.
Well, it was Jeff, and then hang on, who was next in the line? I think it was Lone Wolf.
No, okay.
Yeah, it's all on you, dude.
Don't ask me anything.
It was a question about what if you like anything
answers.
you're planning on doing on your channel.
If you nothing.
Have one. Nothing. Okay. Well,
I plan nothing. If I plan things, then things are going badly for all of us.
Murphy's Law syndrome. I see.
I'll catch you guys in a sec.
What about you, Philip? I know you're going to be busy with school, but is there any areas of philosophy or anything that you're interested in that you want to sort of get a better understanding of, or do more work on?
Honestly, I've been pausing on that front completely for the past 5 months or so. So I haven't progressed much in that area. I definitely think the last thing that was interesting to me was philosophy of mind, and so I'm still exploring that whole thing. Mm-hmm. More so maybe than philosophy of religion, because I don't know, it started to become a bit stagnant for me. Even though I still occasionally really like to dig in. And also I don't pretend that I have explored it fully at all. It's a big area of philosophy, of course, but from my surface understanding, I'm content with what I understand in that area so far. So yeah, I don't know if there's anything really new. I'm still interested in the same things pretty much. I just am looking for opportunities to jump back in a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah,
What about
no,
you?
I kind of hear you because, like, with philosophy or religion, it's kind of like 5 core arguments and then 5, like, a little
Yeah,
split.
kind of like that
Not
feeling.
much,
Yeah.
but at least with
Yeah.
philosophy of mind, it's sort of like a newer field. Kind of, there's like more new ground that's being broken in certain areas with things like I don't know, panpsychism and
Yeah, maybe it's just because I'm not that familiar with the whole area yet. So like I'm just like exploring a bit more, getting the sense of the terrain in a way. And so that is kind of exciting for any topic really, when you sort of get into it first and then you're like,
It feels
oh,
like there are way too many books if there's only like 5 core tenets.
for philosophy of religion. Yeah, kind of, yeah, definitely in a way. But like I feel like sometimes I also think like I'm kind of doing a bad job because I always feel like you get to the same rhetoric at some point on these arguments, and then there's no new ground being like explored in a way. It just stops on this
But
sometimes very surface level, and maybe like also that's kind of my fault sometimes because I don't go further than that. But then I don't know. I just don't have the motivation to go further. Sometimes it's just like
I think Philip, I think this is probably one of the reasons why people have the rhetoric they have on Twitter is people get tired of starting from ground zero every time they have a discussion, right? So they get frustrated and angry and sort of just try to skip ahead. And whether they do it wrong or they're right, it hurts both sides, right? Because you get tired of it, going through philosophy of religion 101 with every single person until you can actually have a sensible discussion, or you stick to the same people and then you have the same discussions.
I kind of agree. I also don't think I think many people feel confronted when people are like they have maybe like an idea about something in philosophy, religion, whatever, or like any other topic, right? And then someone else comes along and says, "Oh, but there's so much more to this, right? Like you just have this very surface level understanding, but it's kind of antagonistic in a way." And then they just like have this very esoteric reaction in a way, like they're justified in what they have in mind because that's how they like reason in that moment, and like somebody else coming along and saying, "Oh, there's so much more to this," right? It feels like condescending a bit and all of that, right? So I think there's like ways to approach the same thing, and it's also perfectly fine. Like not everybody's going to be interested in everything to the same extent. I think that's very important. I mean, arguably, some theists will argue that this is a very important topic to be interested in, and kind of like there is some logic to that. There is some motivation to that, but still, like you cannot like force people to be interested in a topic. And so you just like, but I think for people that get confronted on this, that they don't maybe understand as much as they think they do, that their response should be more towards like, okay, but like I don't have the energy, or I don't want to look into this because I have so many other things that are going on right now, or that I find more interesting, rather than oh, I'm right and you just don't understand jack shit about this, like
but
that type of reaction.
If people aren't forced, if you can't force people to be interested into a subject, then the subject is not important enough.
At least to them.
That cuts across everything, like evolution, everything. If it doesn't impact people's lives, then why the fuck should they care? And what's the importance of them caring?
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I mean, you cannot apply that logic, I think, for everything necessarily, because naturally people are going to be, to them probably, right? It doesn't have an impact to their lives. So, of course, then they're not going to be interested, right? But that doesn't mean that it's not important in general. I don't think you're trying to...
You could break it down to literacy or mathematics or education. Those, absolutely. But again, you have people that don't need to solve equations. They need to know how much 5 mangoes will sell for so that they can make another 10 mangoes and buy fish, right?
Yeah.
And that's
what
what
happens.
They need to know.
All these facts, like these concepts and everything, end up being kind of like broken pieces of shards of glass scattered across society. They're all part of the same window pane, and they're all cut in different ways. And if you step around in society, they're going to get lodged in you one way or the other. And everybody sees these broken pieces of glass in a little bit different way. I mean, it's kind of like you said it earlier when you made the point about the philosophy of religion only having like 5 points, there being so many books about it. I thought about the same thing. Think about something like the concept of the law of gravity. I mean, it's a very nuanced point, but think about how much postulation has gone into that one theory over time since the initial concept of it was born. And how many people have looked at it in a different way through time and how it has evolved through time.
Yeah.
Philosophy is very much the same way. And whether you're a sophisticated person or not, these little factoids get stuck in your craw, right? You hear other people talking about them, and it's like a shard of glass getting stuck in your skin, right? It annoys the shit out of you until you ask the right question, and it stops annoying the shit out of you.
Yeah. I also think it's kind of sometimes worse with philosophy because at least, when it comes to some scientific concepts, there is like this, at some point it gets settled empirically, hopefully,
Yeah, there's
at
more
least for
grounding.
some things. Right now, there's always like, okay, I don't know if you're right or you're wrong, right? But we can at least agree on some sort of experiment that we can run, and then that settles it to some extent, at least for like a subset of the issues that science
For
deals
practical
with.
science,
But like
there's
philosophy,
aspects of science where that's not quite that way.
Yeah, philosophy is like much more on a theoretical level sometimes, and then you just get like expand it,
Yeah.
like like you expand the theory, but it's very hard to get to some point where it actually like changes over unless you like hit some sort of like tension with like inconsistencies and stuff, like logic wise, or you argue on some sort of like other theoretical virtue ground or something like that, but then that gets put into discussion, because that's philosophy, for you. So what should be the theoretical virtues that we care about at some point? And then what about logic? Should we care about like inconsistencies at all, right? That is another topic then that we have to discuss. So it's very I enjoy philosophy because it spans so much in a way. It goes so wide, and it explores these topics very widely. Like that's in a way, like I feel like sometimes the progress when people criticize philosophy for not making progress, I feel like the expansion of all the like theoretical implications of some things, that's kind of where philosophy is making progress. It's expanding how much we know about a certain theory in the sense that what the consequences of this are, and what the consequences to the arguments of this theory are, and like how you can respond to the response, and so on and so forth, right? So it expands like the map in a way, but sometimes it doesn't like shift and make like a big jump unless it hits like a contradiction of some sort. And I feel like that kind of just makes the whole conversation sometimes worse compared to like some scientific issues. But like in principle, I agree.
It's what always pissed me off, though.
But to that
sorry, it's just philosophical text, right? The first time I started reading them, the way they sort of like circled around the topic and spiraled and spiraled and spiraled and spiraled. I was like, just tell me what you want me to know. Tell me what the fact is. Tell me what's right and what's wrong. And there's like, let's just, let's 5 chapters, 6 chapters, 7 chapters, 8 chapters. There's a fucking paper over there. I can go read it. Just
they're not all that bad, but yeah, some can be, and especially on some topics where there's less grounding as well. That's part of the problem. There's less way to know what is right and wrong. So what do you say in those situations?
And you get a lot of critics of some aspects of science, who, especially laymen who don't understand a lot of aspects of various scientific theories, that start, complaining about, where does science and philosophy separate, or where does it start meeting? Because I mean, especially when you start talking about advanced theories like quantum theories and things that are purely theoretical that can physically not be tested, at that point in time, where does philosophy separate from science? When you physically don't have the capability to replicate the theorization.
Yeah, I mean, you are basically back into philosophy. You're in sort of the philosophy of science era, really, aren't you? I mean, it's But that's the thing. I do think that science and philosophy are those things that enrich each other. They have a symbiotic relationship. They don't always cross over. I mean, I know that they had the very sort of similar beginnings, but they're like there now. But they do that. And
It
when
used to
they
be the same way with religion,
yeah,
right?
yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And I think when they do cross over, they can make things a little bit better. They can be sort of you start with the philosophy side of things, and if science can actually do something to go, oh well, we can do something to at least look into this and confirm part of it. It can then enrich the philosophical thinking because it's like, okay, we now know that of all these things that we were thinking about, we're now on a narrower path, and that leads us down here, and that means that it's one of these options, and it takes us further, and then that can give back into the science side of things of, where should we look next? So there can be this really good symbiotic relationship, but I do think that generally there seems to be a lot of anti-philosophy stuff from certain groups online because they seem to see philosophy as just apologetics, perhaps, and not even good apologetics, because there are good apologetics. They just see it as the really, really bad, Ken Ham style stuff.
I think there's a lot of
Yeah,
people who
that's
can't
apologetic.
separate religion and philosophy, to be honest. I think that's kind of the juxtaposition in the situation, that they get a lot of religiosity and what they believe philosophy is incorrectly mixed up. And they make arguments from that mistake.
Yeah, I think a lot of people get to know philosophy through religion, especially like in the United States. They get to know philosophy through apologetics, and then if they become an atheist, right, they like reject all of that. But then that comes like with a very strong rejection of philosophy,
That was me.
entirely, which I think.
I will not lie about it. That was me.
Yeah, I think it's like, I mean, I can see how that can happen. It's not that hard to see like the path that people take here, I think. But yeah, I think it's like,
I can
of course,
see
I think
that,
it's a
but
mistake, but yeah.
you also have the reverse, don't you? Because I mean, at least what was it yesterday? I can't remember. I can't remember who it was, but there was a whole day where there was one account that was just arguing that philosophy had nothing to do with science, or science was a completely different entity, right? And the way that Joe described it right now was he was actually dividing the two, and I was like, well, wishy-washy, they overlap, and I don't really care. The point is the way that we do it and the empirical evidence that we have, because that's what science deals with. Whether we have to think about that empirical evidence and whether that's philosophy, I don't care. I like philosophy as philosophy, and I like philosophy of thinking about science as thinking about science. Whether we define it as philosophy, I don't really mind. But there are people who want to segregate that, right? They want to say that science is a merit in itself and has nothing to do with philosophy, because philosophy is wishy-washy or theoretical.
Yeah, or science has made philosophy redundant. That's another common one as well. It's like, yeah, it might use some philosophical principles, but it's taken what it needed and it's now better than.
I think a lot of people forget that there was an amazing time in antiquity. I mean, particularly in the Islamic world and in the Far East, where religion, philosophy, and science all swam in the pool together and actually worked to increase society by leaps and bounds for those people who utilized the tools at that point in time seemingly to their advantage. But at some point, it seems like religion took some spoilage and things started happening weirdly. And I don't know when it happened or how it happened.
I agree, Lone Wolf, but following that footstep, then you also have to accept, and I think people have a hard time accepting that religion has been a major impact in the societies and the ways that we live and the whole cultures that we have. And if you have to accept one origin story you have to give credence to the other origin stories and say they've had an impact and they are valid in their influence, right?
I argue that modern governments wouldn't exist if it weren't for modern religions. So I mean,
Probably
they
not.
are protoforms of each other. So it just makes sense in my mind that way. Whether it's correct or not, I don't know. I mean, it just makes sense to me. So, but I kind of like you're saying. To me, a lot of things in our human society begin with the formation of religion and communities developing around common belief systems.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter really what you're talking about, whether you're talking about John Frum out in the with the cargo cults, or if you're talking about Thor. It's the same stuff. I mean, it's basically a group of people who don't really know what's going on around them, finding common ground to agree on things, and using that common ground to develop a community so they can survive together. Most basic thing in the world for any animal to do, at least a communal based animal.
I just want to say Thor is different because he's real. So.
Of course. All right, I didn't mean to lump him in with all the fake guys.
No, very, very interesting there, guys. I mean, how did you even get onto that? Because obviously I'd nipped off to grab a beer.
Yeah, you went off to get beer, so we had to entertain ourselves.
We need to go get more drinks, and we'll have more interesting conversations later.
It seems that way. You guys don't even need me here. I may as well just sign off for the night and leave the stream running.
Have a fag. We'll be fine.
Oh, we know the fun's coming, Joe. Don't worry.
No, I only bought 4 beers, so
in an hour, about an hour, because missing, and then you'll profess your love for me again. Or something.
I mean, there's fresh meat, so.
Oh, can I just ask a question though? Yeah. On this, on the people here, or in the questions as well. I mean, this is something that we always joke about and always comes up. Is it just a general thing that everybody here gets called a theist?
Well, I mean, some of the people here are theists.
I know, so I will apologize to them because, but in general, because this seems to be a general thing.
I identify as theist, and I get called atheist because of the way I think.
So you've got the reverse. I like that.
Yeah.
That's a question.
So I mean, let's open up that question. Do you ever get called the opposite. Or a different position to what you are? So, for example, I quite often get called a theist when I'm an atheist.
Oh, so basically, do you ever get called a crypto atheist or theist, for example?
Yeah,
exactly.
I'm pretty sure if I came to my,
you know this.
I'm pretty sure if I came to my church saying I believed in evolution, and you'd they look at me a bit sideways and say, "Okay, you part of the Satan cult?" No,
Yeah.
So I guess maybe close enough.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that could happen. It's funny how that happens. Brina, does that happen to you? Do you ever get called that? Told that you're a theist or something like that?
It doesn't happen too often, but I think the reason is because I don't just stay in the sphere of atheistic debates.
Mm-hmm.
But I think when you are criticizing atheism as a whole, or not the atheist community, I have experienced that where people who don't know you assume that you must be a theist because of what you're saying. That also happens with political parties actually as well. If I criticize as a leftist, I'm criticizing the party that's on the left here, so the Democratic Party. People will assume you're something that you're not if they don't bother to ask you, or just you're supposed to be completely loyal to your side of the community.
It's tribalism,
and you're never allowed to criticize them, or you must be the opposite of that.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
Sorry, to be fair, I get called, at least I got called a crypto theist for years now at this point. That's part of the whole internal joke, I think, for Answers and Reasons at this point. But I do think there is charitably interpreted, trying to be charitable to people. If somebody doesn't know you and he comes on Twitter and he sees you criticize atheism or atheists, then I think it's a perfectly reasonable assumption, to go from the assumption that you're a theist, right? Because statistically speaking, the amount of people that are going to criticize atheism are going to be a majority theists, probably, right? So it's not a completely unreasonable way to go about it if they don't know you.
I did just realize, though, it's not so much just criticizing atheism. It's like, I've noticed, especially on Twitter, when you're engaging in a conversation or a question is asked, people will make presumptions just based on your question. Like, there was something like, there was a question about that Emerson did about, like, what does atheism do for you? What have you gained from atheism? I think I did a video response to that. I forget exactly how they worded it, but there were so many people that were so immediately on the defense in the comments, acting like
that's true.
You must be a theist just for even daring to ask that question, because atheism doesn't have to offer anything. Like, it was just, so it's not so much just criticizing atheism, it's just having a perspective or a question that could just be, it's not in the camp of what you typically see online with atheist communities, which is just very black and white ideas of what atheism is and whether or not it's a belief and just all of those things. Like, there's no nuance allowed in those conversations. Otherwise, you're just going to be presumed to not really be an atheist, basically.
And to be fair, like, a lot of the time, like, I give people a free pass for the first time usually because of what I just said, because I do think it's reasonable. But then you see this so much that, like, after you clarify, they just don't believe you, or they, like, double down, oh, that can't be true, because I mean, that just doesn't compute in a way, because it's so much easier to dismiss somebody, if you just group them with the people who you disagree with anyway. And so then that shows like really strongly the whole, a groupthink type like ideas that we've discussed so far. So
this shows how much worse at this I am than you, Philip. Because usually when this happens to me, people accept that I'm an atheist because I haven't challenged their viewpoint. I haven't given any proper arguments. So they're like, oh yeah, okay, that's fine, you're an atheist. Whereas I think with you probably do challenge people's viewpoint to a better degree, and they have to actually accept, to some extent, think about what you've said when they realize that you are an atheist, and that can be a lot harder. Whereas I think with me, it's just like, whatever.
I noticed it a
I
lot
don't
with,
get
like, I noticed it also a lot with if you're not, like, hating religion in the way that some of the online atheist communities expect you to. Like, any defense of, like, I had a conversation a while back where it was, like, presumed, I don't think they outright called me a theist, but it was almost like I'm not a real atheist or something, because I was pointing out that bigotry and hatred festers. It's a part of the human condition. It's not a part of religion. I believe religion is man-made, but that means it comes from us. Religion's just the tool that people use and the excuse,
It's just another stick people use to beat each other with.
Yeah, and if you try to add those nuances in the conversation, sometimes there's just a lot of a large portion of the atheist community online where I think it's just a very black and white, no nuance situation. Christianity is all evil, and there's no, like, conversation really to be had about the racism and the bigotry and the homophobia that isn't just exclusive to religious communities and does fester in secular communities, and understanding that bigotry is a part of the human condition, and it's not just tied to religion. It's just a tool that makes it easier, I think, to manipulate the masses into being able to use religion as the excuse to be a bigot, if that makes sense. Oh, sorry.
I was gonna ask, what are some examples of that, though, like, of secular? Because, like, religion, you can kind of see it with some doctrines. Because, like, example, traditional marriage versus, like, homosexual marriage, you can kind of see it based on the doctrines. But with, like, secularists, like, I don't really anticipate that kind of thing.
Well, something that I've kind of been listening to and understanding more recently, especially, is I think the undertone of white nationalism that can take place in some atheist communities when they start really not being culturally aware of who they're speaking to and the way that they're framing that all people need to be atheists. That's how we make the world a better place. It kind of perpetuates this cultural eraser in the same way that me as an ex-Christian I've seen Christians do when they go out proselytizing and wanting to erase people's cultures. There's this lack of understanding of the ties between religion and culture, and looking at, America and what we did to the indigenous communities and their beliefs. And I think that has like a huge part of it, just this really big lack of cultural understanding and awareness. It's also similar, I think a little similar in a different sense. This isn't necessarily about religion, but in how people have responded, and even myself, to anti-vaxxers. Because obviously I'm very much against that stance. However, there is a cultural aspect to that when you look into what we have done in the medical community when it comes to minorities and Black people and Indigenous people. And there's a very real reason why they don't trust our medical system and the doctors. And when you don't take that into account, you are perpetuating the same bigotry in a different form that might not be as obvious to you, especially if you're not a part of those communities, because it's not your experience.
May I add one really obvious one that a lot of people miss?
Oh, sure.
One of the biggest, this is just my opinion, and one of the biggest secular forms of bigotry that we see across the world is the economic human caste system. People gauge each other on how much finances, wealth, or capabilities they have within social standing. Your social power within your community is your economic viability. And, from a secular stance, you see a whole lot of bigotry in that type of stuff, especially from family to family to family through generations.
That's a good point as well, actually.
Yeah. I think bigoted people against homosexuals were also bringing up a lot of the nature arguments, at least when it was still when the debate was still much more present. When I was much younger than now, at least, it's not natural, and that type of argumentation was a thing. So that isn't a way to be bigoted
And
secularly, I guess.
And keep in mind, there are numerous instances of sociologists observing, tribal peoples who have nothing other than what we would consider nature gods, right? And they are completely bigoted between each other, completely based on their local area resources.
Yeah, I mean, the thing you got to think about there is, I mean, humans are tribalistic by nature. It's basically an evolutionary survival trait. If it's different, it's bad. It should be feared. If they're not with us, they're against us. And
we see that happening with the trans community.
Oh
too,
my god,
especially.
yeah, definitely.
In a huge way.
And this happens everywhere. And I think the thing that we have to remember is that, this is why there can be some bigoted ideas about religious people that atheists have. You hear the stuff like religion is a mental illness, theists are stupid, atheists are smarter, that we're good skeptics, whereas, religious people are dumb, all theists are delusional, and all of that sort of stuff. And I almost hate myself even saying that, even though I'm not actually, you all know that I'm not saying that, but the fact that I'm repeating that, I hate it, But I can understand that it's the tribal nature coming out again, and that is why these statements are happening, and we do this at every aspect of our life, like Abrina mentioned earlier with politics. I mean, I've had this happen. I mean, I wrote articles about it ages ago about tribalism and stuff like that. There are times when I can say that, I used to view myself quite centrist, but actually, as I've got older, I've definitely found myself leaning further and further and further to the left. I don't know if that
I have
is
a feeling
because
centrist probably means something different where you're from than where I am too. I have a feeling you're probably
Being from
very
the
much on the
left means
left if
something
you were in
different.
America.
yeah, I have noticed that actually. I've had
Yeah.
that conversation with Americans before, that their politics are definitely further right. So, but yeah, I mean, I used to view myself quite centrist, but I definitely feel that I am further to the left. But I would say something about, I think that the way welfare works should be changed. It needs to work in a better way. It needs to help people who are actually looking for jobs get jobs, and all this sort of thing. And I'd have people have a go at me and treat me as if I was like, the conservative scum. And similarly, I could have a conversation with the proverbial gun nut, and just say that I think that, maybe it is people's right to have guns if they so wish, but there should actually be a need, and there should be a limit on the type of gun that they have. And, they would hear, you want to take away my guns, because that is the way
The
the
ammo they can purchase, for the
Yeah.
record. I think that's a big issue too. The fact that they're able to just purchase all this ammo for automatic rifles, which I don't think we should have in here, obviously. But there's an argument that that would be a better way to address it rather than just having regulations on guns. I think the fact that
know,
you're
that
able
or-
to buy.
That or mental
you know
health.
where you
'cause I feel-
see. Oh, go ahead.
Well, that or mental health, because I feel like what some conservatives, at least from what I try to gather, try to argue for is like, okay, we can take away guns, but like people will probably use some sort of other tool to kill people, right? Like, in other words, we're just kind of putting a bandage on some sort of shotgun wound, and we should try, like, I don't know, bettering mental health, because there is something. I do think there is something wrong with you if you can just go, I don't know, do something and kill a bunch of folk. There is something wrong with you. I don't think that's a controversial statement in any sense. That's just me. Maybe
There's
I'm just,
also, I mean, that it also completely ignores the fact that it does make a significant difference if you are not able to legally buy a gun. If we had better regulations for people that have mental health issues, I personally, like, I know that I should not be able to buy a gun. I had a gun in my house that was my in-laws for a while, and we actually had them come take it and get it out because like, you can see in the way that, like, the suicide rates, like, people are more likely to successfully unalive themselves if they have that
Mhm.
type of weapon there, because it just takes 1 second. There's no
yeah,
there's no
temptation.
effort. There's nothing. It's 1 split second. And I think most people can relate to having that one instant moment where you feel so hopeless that you want to leave the world.
Right.
And being able to have that power at your fingertips. And in the same way, if you're somebody who is homicidal, having that power at your fingertips, it does make a significant difference. And
Yeah.
people just that argument about, well, they'll find some other way to get a gun or they'll find some other way to do this. It doesn't really sit right with me. It doesn't make sense in my mind.
Just to put it to a like more extreme way, like, because I think it makes it very clear, like, nobody would argue to give access to nuclear weapons, and then, like, if something bad happened, then be like, oh yeah, we need to improve the mental health of people because they use their nuclear weapon now. Of course, like, it matters. Like, I'm not saying that it doesn't matter to improve mental health, right? But like, the access that you give to the tools to cause damage is also important, because of course, if you give access to like bigger and more damaging tools, then whenever you have a case of like a bad mental health case or something like that, then it can cause more damage. So that's like basically the argument
Yeah.
there.
And you hear stories like in my family, I just want to say really quick, like in my family, my grandpa has a bunch of guns. He used to go hunting, and it happened one time, but one time is enough. We know he suffers from severe depression, like severe depression. And there was a time when he was so drunk and belligerent and angry that he got a gun out and pointed it at one of my family members years ago. And like, it's just those, I know some people would be upset by this, but I don't. If you are diagnosed with issues with struggling with very severe depression that is ongoing, I don't think you should be able to get a gun. I don't.
No, I
Well,
would
there's
agree with you there. The thing is, though, as well, I think that guns also, I mean, mental health issues aside, guns make it very easy to kill people. I know there's knife crime, right? But killing someone with a knife is a lot more difficult than point, click, bang, right? You actually have to go up there. You have to feel the knife go into someone. You probably have to stab them multiple times or get a very good hit in. And I think that there is, the violence on other people is also made more difficult by not
Yeah.
having a gun or easier by having a gun. And the same back to yourself, I'm feeling a bit, I say I'm feeling a bit shit. Let's just say you're feeling absolutely depressed. You want to end it all. And all you have is a knife, and you look at it, and you think about it, and you think about stabbing yourself, and it can go, well, that's probably not going to work, and you might think about it just enough so that you talk yourself out of it. But actually, again, you pick up the gun, point, click, bang, it's done. And actually, I don't think people who, having been incredibly depressed a lot of times in my life myself, I don't think people are beyond the redemption. And sometimes there are times when I consider that if I'd have had a gun at that point in time, I wouldn't be here anymore because of how quick and easy it makes it. And I think that's another thing that people don't actually consider. And it's not necessarily a mental health issue. Not necessarily. I know it's partly, but not necessarily. It's an ease issue. Guns make it really easy to kill, whether it's another person, yourself, an animal, whatever. They make it easy. And the easiness is what the problem is. It takes away the personal, being really close and personal with it, and it just makes it like,
I
I
look,
just
have a
have
related
I-
question. I have a related
Yeah.
question when we get a chance.
I just
Sorry,
want to say really quick.
okay, go.
Oh,
Yeah,
go ahead. I was just going to say should be very obvious just based off of the amount of time it takes in the average mass shooting and how many people are killed. If you look at Sandy Hook, I think it was 2 minutes. 2 minutes. And like we kind of brush over the amount of time that it takes to take dozens of lives.
Yeah, imagine that with a
like
knife.
it should be obvious. Like that's not possible if you just had a knife.
So
All right,
every
sorry,
example,
go on.
yeah. So every example I've heard currently is on a personal or individual level, right? We're all arguing for the fact that it is easier for a person or an individual to cause harm or to make it easier to self-harm if they have access to weapons. And I think that partially misses the entire point. Because what you're trying to do is you're trying to enforce a cultural change on a country that just isn't ready or cannot accept that change. What you're effectively trying to do is you're trying to say that you now have to feel safe, and I'm not arguing for guns, by the way, but you now have to feel safe without a gun, knowing that everybody else can get one, right? Whereas there are many, many countries that have spent hundreds of years making sure that people can't have access to guns. So this discussion is different, right? And the access to self-care and helplines and whatever social securities has become the main security net. It's not the fact that you have a gun and you can make your own way because you now have this power. So I think there's a huge issue in trying to impose a cultural shift on a whole country that isn't ready for it. And I say this because I and my family have worked with third world countries for many, many years, and part of that has been trying to implement democracy. And there are countries that just don't do democracy. They're not ready. They don't have the history for it.
Let me add some complexity to the conversation with one little question.
Yeah.
Do we all feel like, I mean, I do, but do we all feel like everyone in the world should have the right to own a 3D printer?
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess not, because I guess
I think Brianna knows where
Are
I'm
you
going
saying
with
because you
this.
can 3D print? Yeah.
Yeah, we all know where you're going with it, which is why we're faltering. But everybody would
Yeah.
say yes if you remove that prerogative.
So, I mean, what happens? I mean, because the reason I thought about this is I was watching Vice the other day, and Vice had this really interesting special about, this group of people who trades plans to 3D print. Not gun. They don't 3D print guns, right? They 3D print the parts that go into the guns, and then they actually create the guns from the parts. So you're not actually talking about going to a gun show and spending 5 minutes and, faking a background check or anything like that. But you are legitimately talking about creating, in some cases, plastic, untraceable, untrackable weapons that can fire stock ammunition using regular receivers.
But at the same time, every society has had the opportunity, I think, I might be corrected on this, to actually go and poison the water systems of almost entire cities if they wanted. Why don't they do that?
In some cases, I would argue that the ability to refine the poison is probably more difficult than you might think. But that gets into the chemistry of the issue. But at the same time, you talk about, a very good to your point. Very good to your point is, think about, Ken Kesey and Tim Leary back in the 1960s literally made enough LSD to make all of California trip for days. Why didn't they just pour it into the reservoir? Because they could have done it. They literally have laws on the books in the United States to put people underneath the jail because they could literally commit treason against the United States by poisoning the water system in that manner because Ken Kesey and Tim Leary frightened them that bad.
Partially because partially I think they didn't do it is because they couldn't control it.
Right. Yeah.
Sorry, I know there's loads of people.
And I remember there's an ancient story. I think me and Joe have talked about it. It's like one of those little old parables about the Mad King, where the water system gets plagued, or it wasn't a Mad King, it was the Mad Kingdom actually. A water system gets poisoned with some type of poison that drives the whole kingdom mad. The king has a separate reservoir, so he doesn't drink from the same well that the community drinks from, and the community thinks that the king has gone mad because they've all gone mad, but the king's actually the only one who's actually sane. And the only way to fix the problem was the king to drink from the well that the same community was drinking from.
I think
that's pretty good.
I mean,
I remember that comment.
That's a very interesting.
Yeah.
Or the other way around, right? You could have the whole community drink from the king's well, but you're not going to do that
because they've already gone mad, and there isn't enough water.
The king is drinking from a reservoir of purified water from the well that had been stored. It's a finite amount of water. He can't share it with all the people.
I think the 3D printer argument is interesting, but at the same time, I think it kind of sets up like. I think when you fully spell it out, I think you realize like its flaws in many ways, because it's like, yeah, I mean, you could like the full argument would I think be something like, oh, because you can do it like in this other way, right? Therefore, it should be allowed in this like second way, namely to buy it directly, right? But that doesn't seem like why would that be? What would be the bridge to argue, oh, because it can be done in this other way, therefore it should be possible to do it in this other way? Like if we suppose that we all agree, right, that the access to weapons that can do a lot of damage should be limited, right? Then it doesn't seem to follow that if I can do it in this other way, therefore it should be made even easier by adding like this other way to do it, namely to buy it directly, right? And if we don't agree, that we should limit the access to weapons that can do a lot of damage, then it doesn't matter. The 3D printer argument doesn't matter anymore, because then we can already say, oh, just buy them directly, right? So I don't see how much it does in a way. And also I think, I mean, there's some practical considerations here as well. I don't think you can as easily print semi-automatic weapons on a 3D printer, but you could frame it as, okay, maybe if the technology evolves, like thought experiment, right, enough so that you can print it. But is it as easy then as to go just into a store and buy one, right? And if it creates more friction, that's the whole point, right? Creating more friction in a way, like that's what matters.
And the biggest point against that, I'm sorry, I just want to throw this out there. I know y'all may not be familiar with this as much as me and Brian may be, but the biggest point against that, in my opinion, is the Anarchist Cookbook, which was out there for years and years and years, that taught people literally how to make combustive materials that would eat through the engine of a car, literally. And I mean, you could take this Anarchist Cookbook, go to your average store that sold paint supplies and buy the materials to make these combustible materials. So why was it that there wasn't this huge explosion in the United States of America right after this book was released? Because it was really popular. It was so popular that it was banned by the United States of America. Why wasn't every Tom, Dick, and Harry making, miniature bombs or, one of the biggest things that taught you how to make is your own quarter stick of dynamite. Why wasn't everybody making quarter sticks of dynamite and blowing up toilets from here to California?
Poverty.
It just didn't happen. But they had the capability to because they had the books in their hands.
Yeah.
But really, in the end, I think when it comes down to, Philip, and I bet what you're about to say, what it comes down to is the will to do the shit. Most people are too lazy to go through all the nonsense that you got to do this nonsense. Like me, I could have a 3D printer tomorrow, but actually go through the nonsense, actually print up the parts, sit there and file them for hours and hours and hours to make sure that if you want to make an automatic weapon, that it'll actually fire repeatedly without jamming.
Also, imagine deciding that you're too depressed to off yourself and then have to wait 2 weeks and you actually discover that you actually enjoy filing things, right? And you're like, oh shit. No, actually.
Then you wake up and you
discover I like making guns. I'm gonna live.
But I think my point was, and this was mainly to Joe. Joe, imagine if Philip was Speaker of House of Commons.
Right.
Like people saying shit, Philip would be like, no, that's not a valid argument, mate. That doesn't really mean what you think it means.
What are you trying to say now? Should I like?
You should join politics.
Get into politics. Oh my god!
No, God, don't.
Don't join
No, do it.
Actually, maybe you should, because you're like one of the smart people. Maybe we do need you.
Well, I think we need some smart politicians.
Smart is not a requirement for politics.
It's not a requirement, but I think it should be.
But speaking of tribalism, because that was the original topic. It's like a great place to look at tribalism, I think. Have any of you followed like the World Cup at all?
No.
No.
Really? It is like an amazing case study of tribal. It's so good. It's literally like just the most evident extreme of that, and you really start to wonder really quickly, like, is everything just like that, but more mild, like in a way? Because people just like do the most unreasonable, like draw the most unreasonable inferences that like obviously unreasonable, yet like it's almost comical to that extent. I think people sometimes even recognize this, where like your team cannot do anything bad, but as soon as like it's always the referee that is wrong when like he does something against your team, but if it's like something else happens and the referee doesn't say anything, but it's like your team that is losing now, then it's like the referee that is corrupted and all of that. Like they make this flies so much in football matches. It's insane. So yeah, that was like quite an experience to watch that sometimes.
Yeah, I understand that. I mean, tribalism is very much built into team sports. It's what they breed on, and I mean it's
what it is.
Yeah. So I can understand it. I mean, I don't have to have followed the World Cup to understand that, but honestly, it's absolutely insane how behind a team people can get to the point where they get violent at someone that supports the opposing team. I mean, I've always found that such an odd phenomenon. And I know some of that actually is inspired by gang warfare, trying to get certain areas, historically, at least in the UK. I know some of that is the whole sort of gangs trying to push people out of certain areas and trying to muscle in onto different turf. But the bulk of it is just the attitude of us and them mentality. Yes, go for it, Steen.
I just want to make a comment on that, because it's like, so I'm with my in-laws here, and my father-in-law used to work for the World Bank, well, still does, I believe.
I could do with a loan.
Yeah. Sorry, he works in fisheries, so unless you... Well, a tuna is about a couple of million, so you might be able to get one of those. But no, in Papua New Guinea, they still have tribal wars. Because in Papua New Guinea, you still have different tribes on top of each mountain. And there's regularly wars. This is many, many years back. They regularly have meetups where one tribe has stolen a woman from the other tribe. And I'm just explaining the terms here, right? So they'll meet on 2 hilltops, and then they'll have a fight. And they'll throw spears and everything. But with time, it's become uneconomical to kill each other. So now they have doctors present, right? So they will have these fights, and they storm down the hillsides, and they throw spears and arrows. And then if somebody gets really hurt, they stop. Time out. You know? They go pick the guy up, take him off, and then they continue. And this is literally how sport starts. I mean, the rules for continued engagement are slacking the rules of violent behavior. You could take boxing. You know, boxing started without gloves. You've put in gloves because people needed to be able to watch it for longer. Football used to be a gentleman's sport. It's got a bit more violent, I believe, but it's absolutely crazy when you trace it back.
I think football actually goes back to some tribal sports that they discovered in like the Aztec world and shit.
They didn't have balls back then, man.
They had pigskins.
We're in trouble now because Craig is here.
Yeah, well, Craig the Destroyer. Craig the Destroyer and Crisis are here. Craig, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Dave Rollins isn't here. Did he run when he saw me coming?
Yeah, he most definitely did. He actually knew you were coming, and he started feeling a little bit ill. A couple of hours ago, he was like, "Oh shit, Craig's going to be here later. I saw him send out that invite. He's going to destroy me. I'm already destroyed. I feel ill."
Yes.
I won't let y'all chat. I gotta check out. At the end of my day,
it's not
I'll
even
log
low.
back in.
It's not even low hanging fruit at this point, Joe. It's so easy. It's like no hanging fruit. Just show up by destroying. There's no contest left.
And Crisis, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty chill. I had some fun. I really got into I have this favorite fan fiction or whatever of mine, or just literature in general. I love stuff like that. So I've been getting into actually doing voice acting for it, because I love reading so much that I can basically see all the scenes and I'll just play it all out. And I've been really getting into it.
Yeah, awesome.
And music and all that stuff. But I've been having a really interesting time just thinking of ideas, things. And it's cool listening to you all. I know I was typing and stuff, but finally got to be able to come up here.
Yeah, no, it's great. I'm glad you joined us. So obviously, I'm going to have to do what I've done to absolutely everybody when they have joined us. So, Craig, what are your Christmas plans?
Today I'm going to go shopping. We do we have a typical Christmas routine, but we've already done most of it. We go to this little Danish village in a couple hours north called Solvang. We went there last week. We went to this church Christmas festival type thing on Sunday, and then Christmas Eve we'll probably just go to church, and Christmas just wife and I will hang out and do Christmas.
Ah, sounds cool. So,
can I just ask a question?
Nice.
Yeah, no, go for it.
Craig, because Solvang, so you're Danish, right?
No, Solvang is it's sort of like this gimmicky little. It started out as a Danish settlement. It's 2 hours north of here. I have some pictures of it.
Oh, okay. Because there's a Solvang in Denmark as well.
We go there every year because it's like a little fairy tale. It's kind of gimmicky and dumb, but that's what's fun about it. It's charming and really done up well at Christmas. It's little gingerbread fairy tale looking houses, and they all these Christmas lights, and it's fun. It's nice up there in general.
Yeah, I've lost track of my question, because my question was about being Christian in Denmark. So completely.
Speaking of that, I've been quite shocked to see how many churches are completely not consecrated anymore in the Netherlands.
Oh, really?
Like,
Yeah.
there are so many churches that are just like completely not places of worship anymore.
They're just raves and stuff
they're
like
just.
that.
I'm sorry.
They're used for raves and stuff like that.
They use it like I literally like in the town where I am. There is like a church in the middle of the city that is used for like. Sometimes it's a museum. Like one night for like museum night, there was like like an event there where they like danced to film music. And then like the after party was in the church. The after party. I was like, what the heck is going on here? Like, I've never seen such a thing. Then also like but even like bigger churches, like there was one where it was just a museum, like they had like featured like a photographer in one, and then in one, like in a big like cathedral, like massive building, there was like a Christmas market essentially. It was completely like it's such a weird thing. Like I'm completely not used to that. So
A friend of mine in high school actually grew up in a house that was a church. It was originally a church, and it still looked like a church, but it was his house.
It's kind of iconic though. Like, imagine getting a church and then doing it for like the whole thing for something. Imagine the decorations to do it for however the case. That's interesting.
Well, there's one down the road from me actually that's up for sale, and this is never going to happen, by the way. These are pipe dreams, right? But this is literally because churches are brilliant for climbing centers. There's one in Manchester. They've got big spaces, high ceilings. You can climb up the chimneys and stuff. So they're absolutely perfect. But yeah, there's one for sale in our neighborhood, and I keep pressuring my wife to actually trying to engage into a new thing. And it's the same in Denmark, like raves. There's raves and parties and all kinds of things in churches. But I mean, what else are you going to do if they're not needed? If they're derelict, you still need.
People not going to church anymore. Yeah, of course. Then that makes total sense.
Like you don't want it to just rot, you know. It's sad seeing a house rot or like a building.
No, they're
like, it's
beautiful.
like, why wouldn't you use it?
Yeah, they're absolutely
Especially
breathtaking
like
as well as buildings. So yeah, they're really sad to be closed.
Especially the glass that they have for them. I always thought that was the prettiest thing about
the
this.
stained glass windows and stuff. Yeah, no, there's a lot of good architecture in churches in general, and to be honest, I mean, there are quite a few in London that have become sort of centres for rave nights.
Don't worry, Joe. We'll be selling the Natural History Museum soon.
Oh, really?
That was built as a cathedral.
Yeah,
it is built as a cathedral for natural history.
So are you gonna say that we should have a rave in there? Like you're gonna sneak us in one night?
I've been to raves at the Natural History Museum.
Really?
Yeah, it's not that bad. I mean, it's pretty pricey to rent.
Yeah, I can imagine.
But yeah, you
can get us a discount.
So this is going on YouTube, so I'm just going to stop talking.
How he
now.
did that.
But yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
For sure.
I'm going to answer a question that came in the chat ages ago. I've lost it. It was from John Buck before he left. He tried to change up the conversation, but I couldn't get a word in at that point in time. Yeah, no. He asked, "Is there anything that we have planned for the channel for the new year?" So in general, we tend to do what sort of interests us. For Answers in Reason, it's just the topics that come up and what we inspired to do. We want to bridge the gaps between the animosity between theists and non-theists, however you choose to identify. We want to continue to address the issues in bad arguments and bad logic, whatever side they're on. And we do have more of a focus on the atheist side of things because we are atheists ourselves.
That's your call. That's your raison d'etre to take on the atheist arguments.
Well, yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. There's bad theist arguments,
You're
and
operating from
I don't think
inside.
that's true, Craig.
you know,
Don't, or do you think it's true?
Well, they are atheists, but I think the argument is to take on bad takes and take on people who argue unreasonably either point, and I think that's why there's a mix here, right? Because
Right, but they're raison d'etre because they're one of the few people who will do it on the atheist squad who happen to be atheists, right? So it's like it's a lot more effective, or not necessarily effective, but it's like a new trend within atheism that's not unique to them, but they're one of the few who are actively doing it as much as they are.
yeah. I mean, to be honest, it's not that effective though, Craig, because they just turn around and tell us that we're theists, and
Right.
therefore they dismiss us. So at the end of the day, it's not that effective.
Not really a conversation.
Always changing though, and I do think that you guys like what you're doing here on the channel. I think it's something that we aren't seeing enough within the atheist community, and I do hope that eventually, after we've had years of this hype with the atheist community online, I feel like that could change, and I know it's not the easiest way to get subscribers, but I think it's valuable content that's out there, and I hope that one day it'll be more popular than what it is right
Well,
now. But
right, and as they get
I think
bigger,
quality is the most important, honestly.
as they get bigger, that'll be more influential, and then more people will be doing it, just like anything else. So as the channel
Yeah.
grows, the idea of the content will take on. It's something that needs to be done. So, I mean, it should have been one of the first things when there was a big, huge influx of atheists, and part of their calling card is we're great critical thinkers. There should have been a whole bunch of, well, these arguments aren't good type videos. It should have been the second wave of atheists. It should have already happened, but it hasn't. So it's the right thing to do, I think.
Absolutely.
I mean,
Well,
maybe it should have been, but I think that's part of the problem, isn't it? It's the fact that there is already an influx of the community and of people that have been told, no, this is the way it is. And unfortunately, a lot of people have come out of a particular belief system and have not realized they've been absorbed into another one.
Yeah, kind of just funneled, and like they don't really listen, or like in the sense of actually critically think about what they're taking in. A lot of the time that people just go, oh, well, I'm going to listen to the next person in authority who has this thought process about religion, however the case. And, people don't really tell people to like look it up genuinely. They just like have faith in what I tell you. They like speak for God or speak for the not God, and then like don't do that because it's just fostering another cycle of nonsense. Ultimately, like it's just misinformation. Ultimately,
and it's super easy to do. I think on. Oh, sorry, go on.
Yeah. Oh well, I hear you because it is easy to do. Just because a lot of people go with the easy way out, but I really do appreciate the thoughtfulness every time I'm around. It's really nice being able to have these conversations and have like I've been seeing a wave of people, like creators, genuinely engaging with their audiences and really talking about things with them. I can't say how much I love that. I create too, and I always want to I love conversations. I love rebounding and figuring out and like seeing where we could go with the conversation and in its entirety, right? However big or small you are, you have something to say. It's worth it since you thought it at the very least, right? And I hear a lot, and yeah.
I think that's actually a very good summary, because I do think if there's anything that I really want to encourage people to do more is like to approach thing in an exploratory mindset rather than like an antagonistic mindset, like just more like a research type mindset.
Yeah.
Just figure out what people believe, why they believe that, and try to engage with them in such a way that they are going to really tell you what they believe and why they believe it in that way. And then then there's still time, to discuss it. But if you just start with this whole immediate antagonism from the get-go, it's
But Philip, can you imagine how hard that is? And I know there are people on the channel here, how hard that stance is to take if you've left religion and you are
just about that's what I was gonna say.
And
that's
think about
that's
the antagonization and the repercussions of your stance, because I've never had that, and I know there's a lot of people that have never. for me, the gateway, it's hard to get into religion. It's not hard to leave. I've never been in it. It would be extremely hard to get into it because I've never had to engage with it, right? So it's completely different. And I can be as open and as understanding as I want because I'm really privileged in that situation. Because it is
A lot of
very,
people don't have
very
a choice.
hard. Yeah, it's very hard for me to see anybody having an influence on my ideology. It would take them a lot of effort because I am so, and that's probably a bad thing because I am so cemented in where I am. So I feel very comfortable just taking other people's point of view. It has no impact on me, right?
I
Whereas a
mean, you
lot of
feel
other
it, you
people,
feel, you know.
I think that's what's particularly dangerous when it comes to the online atheist community. And I say dangerous because this is a community that is traumatized by religion. Majority of people that really get hyped up into the antagonistic rhetoric and the anger, and that's where they just stay in that space. And it's just really unfortunate because they've clinged to these communities like a lifesaver, you know, like it's like when really they should be deconstructing these things in a safe space with their therapist. This shouldn't just be happening online. They shouldn't just be reacting this anger. It's not healthy. It's not good. And it's just it's unfortunate. That's what makes it so easy because it's a very traumatized community. And I don't think that aspect of the impact on your mental health and having your entire worldview completely flipped over, how having the resources to really navigate through that. I do just have to like plug a series on Hulu here that I thought really did a good job of kind of emulating that. I forget what was his name, the guy that was in The Amazing Spider-Man, not Tom Holland. The one that was before that. Who was the
Andrew
actor?
Garfield?
Andrew
Yes,
Garfield,
there's a
yes.
series about the Mormon,
One of them.
about Mormonism, and there's a scene that, like, I mean, I bawled my eyes out watching it because I remember that moment of that fear when you're about to open a book and like be told something that's going to completely shift everything on its head. And I know a lot of like the religious community kind of made fun of that scene. It's like, you think that we just become atheists for fun because we want to sin or do this or do that. It is a very hard, difficult process to realize that everything that you've built your life around feels like a lie. And in some cases, it was a direct lie. Like, it's not even just a matter of belief. You were straight up lied to about the history of your church and everything. And I think that aspect is just not talked about enough in the atheist community, and I think that's what makes our community so vulnerable.
Yeah, if you lie to yourself enough times, it's going to affect you in a really big way. You know, if people don't really understand what critical thinking is or actually understand how to genuinely understand something, right? It's like you're trying to chase something that you can't even have the conversation because you're not having it. And it's like it's really sad because it's like, you know, you have people go from one way of being lied to having people grandstand about being better than whatever, you know, stones in glass houses, but on either side too. People they don't want to acknowledge that, hey, we should be critical of leaders or be able to hold everyone accountable for their actions, not just be like, oh, as soon as someone sounds like they know more about something, we go with it. Like, it's honestly a cult-like mentality because it is a cult mentality. They just go, like, the moment people can't question their leaders, I feel like that's concerning. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you'll get hit with the left always eats the left the moment you do anything. It's literally that cult mentality. I hear that I've gotten that comment so many times, and it drives me crazy every time I get it because I'm like,
so
I can't call out people in my own community just because we're politically aligned. Like, are you kidding me?
I thought the argument was going to be there's no community.
Sorry, let's do that again. Steen, go first, and then Crisis.
I know. I just said I thought the point that Bryce was going to make was that there is no community, there's no leaders, there's no Not that was your point. I was just that is just the rhetoric, right?
What
Oh no, there's no
That
community.
too. I've gotten that so many
Are you
times as
kidding me?
well. Way more than being called a theist. That was the most common thing. There's no atheist community. There's no atheist community.
Oh,
If I
God.
ever called out any bigotry that I saw festering in a community, I got a whole slew of that when I was talking about transphobia on one of my old TikTok accounts. I mean, it was bombarded with, why are you trying to put all this shit into atheism and none of this? Like, it was so infuriating.
Yeah, no,
It's like you're upheaving the whole world just by saying, "Hey, we should be mindful of the things we say and do." You know, it's really fucked up.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like it just bothers me so much because the amount of times I've been called like a liberal when I'm not, because I've been an independent since I was 14, right? Like, they don't even have that conversation, and they don't even want to understand someone's viewpoint or their conversation because they want to assume what someone is saying before they even talk about it. And that is the most frustrating thing I've ever dealt with. I constantly see that whenever I'm like, hey, this is really messed up. We could be mindful. Even if it's a joke, right? It's still rhetoric that we need to be mindful of, right? We're still broadcasting. Like, what we put out in this world matters. And it's like, it goes out in waves because, you know, from one person to the next, the next to the next, forever, however long that is. And I don't get why people don't want to get that, but it's like people they don't want to understand. Like, when people make an intention to misunderstand something, it says a lot. And I've been trying to at least not always try and like humor it. You know, I'll be like, hey, I'll try and like have my piece said. You know, in the sense of just I respond to what I want to say to have it so people who are reading can understand that information at the very least, right? And I just kind of hate that it's always this mental gymnastics just to be able to have a genuine conversation with people.
People get stuck in the
Across these
reactive
walls.
mindset, I think,
Yeah.
online. It's all reaction, and
It
it's
very
like
much
not
is.
enough. The ability to be vulnerable takes you to not react, and you have to reflect before you say what you're going to say. And it's really hard, I think, for so many people to just acknowledge. Sorry, I'm
What's
laughing at
going
Orwell.
on?
To acknowledge,
But they don't want to.
yeah, like that, the impact of what they're saying, and how what they're saying can be weaponized and used online when they're not being aware enough of how this rhetoric is going to be used. I think that happens a lot in leftist spaces, especially where they just start defending themselves nonstop, and there's no, wait, let me just pause for a second and think about why I feel defensive right now, and
Right?
why
Like,
what this other person is telling me.
Yeah, but like back to the point of
Sorry. Okay.
people. No. Just to reiterate, because I wanted to respond to that idea about people being hurt by religion and trying to recover, and that's why they're so angry. That was brought up before, and I do think that is something that I have like a hard time sometimes. Not because when it gets pointed out to me, then I recognize it, right? But as Steen mentioned, I have like a very much easier, I feel like, experience out of religion than a lot of people, especially in the United States. And so it's very hard for me to sometimes remember what it's like. And so I make certain observations about how it should be, or like what I think is the correct way to approach this, without like realizing how hard it might be. I still think it's not really the right place to do that. Like if you're angry about it, it's totally justifiable. I do think that that's a perfectly even I don't think it's even that unhealthy sometimes, to just be angry and show the anger. But it's probably not the best place to do it online on Twitter, like against other like people that just want to say pray for me and stuff like that. As we talked about before, I don't think that's the most
I
healthy
think it's where you're
environment.
directing the anger that is what
Yeah,
matters,
exactly,
not being angry. You have a right to be angry. I think
Yeah.
anger is very effective, especially when it's making change, but you have to direct it at the right place, and directing it at individuals is not, that's not going to get us anywhere.
Yeah, like if your government are abusing you, there's no point in going to your local co-op to boycott it.
Yeah. Because a lot of the time, like, honestly, I'm agnostic. I was born into a religious kind of thing, and it's still a lot. Like, it's a lot just to think about and have this conversation around with people who just aren't as mindful as they could be, I believe. And it sucks because the more I try to like understand things because I love understanding various things, but I don't really feel like I want to inherently be something either way just because I'm still learning. How can I even know? But the people they act like you're the one not who's not even like understanding what's being talked about when they're not even trying to listen. I don't really get why the conversation's not really a conversation at all, and people think that that's like the way to go about it, you know. And people are so angry at each other. They're so like they're ignoring that they have like tunnel vision goggles on, right? The whole time they're trying to like be about any of this.
So I think a lot of that, and I think it's I don't think it's a misconception in this group at all. But a lot of the time, the whole we're allowed to criticize religion, not the person, right? People don't realize that the religion, the ideologies, and it happens for a lot of atheists as well, especially people who deconvert, as far as my experience is. It becomes their personality, it becomes their identity. So yes, criticizing the religion and criticizing their ideologies is personal.
Yeah.
And as much as you want to take that shield and say, "Oh, I'm allowed to do this, and I can criticize all you want, and you shouldn't be offended by it," that's not true. That's just not true. You are attacking a person.
No, I've said the same thing myself. The whole attack the belief, not the believer. I mean, the thing is, especially when it is something like a religious belief, but it can apply to other beliefs too. It becomes part of one's identity. So by attacking the belief, you are attacking their identity. You're attacking who they seem to be. And let's turn this round to how atheists see themselves, right? They see themselves, and I mean, I am an atheist myself, but atheists in general see themselves as these rational people, these smart people, these people who have reasoned conclusions, right? And the second you turn round to them and you say, actually, perhaps there's more to your conclusion, you can be completely placid with it, but perhaps there's more than you've realized to the conclusion you've made, right? So let's think about the definition of atheism or the way to use logic. You know, perhaps there's more definitions of atheism. Perhaps it's a little bit more nuanced than you're either a theist or atheist, right? You say that to them, and all of a sudden you're contesting the fact that they are a good, rational skeptic, because you're saying to them that they could have been wrong in their conclusion. That's the way they see it. I'm not saying that that's actually the way a good rational skeptic should see things. Actually, you can be in a position where all the information that you've presented, you've been presented before, has led you to the conclusion that you're either an atheist or a theist. A good skeptic in that situation would turn around and go, shit, okay, from a certain perspective, maybe it is binary, but actually, over the course of history and currently within philosophy, it's not actually seen in such a black and white sort of viewpoint. There are more definitions of atheism than this. So, actually, I was wrong to say it is only this. You know, there are more things to it. And this is the part of the skepticism that is a problem, because there are people who wear skepticism as a badge of honor. They're aesthetically skeptics. They think that being an atheist makes them skeptic. Being a skeptic makes their positions right. They've been reasoned. They've got there through the right means. And even if their conclusions are correct, actually, that's not necessarily the case. And I think this is part of the problem. It's getting people to realize that perhaps they're
drawing what I would say is that they are drawing too much of their self-identity from the label of atheist.
Yes.
In a way that's deeply emotional and not actually usually accurate. Like, I think your crew, Joe, are actually good at critical thinking because you practice it. But a lot of the atheists self-identify as great critical thinkers and are terrible at it. They don't.
Yeah, they don't actually practice it because they're like, you know, it's aesthetically atheist versus
right.
Or like
I'm an atheist. I'm
aesthetically
great at it.
like skeptic versus actually being skeptical, even up to the point of being skeptical of themselves. You know,
Right.
like even to the point of actually being critical of themselves along with everyone else.
Yep.
Well, see, the problem here is the only real definition of atheism is being a Christian.
I can't take you serious, man.
I don't know how seriously I can take you in this form.
It's pretty iconic.
It's all
Sorry, I
like
had to do it. I had to do it.
I don't know. I like it. It reminds me of when I used to play EverQuest, and I
You
ran a guild.
you liking it, Joe?
I like it. I like that. Yeah. Well
Yeah.
done. That's a good pun.
It even rhymed.
But no, now I'm just fixated on the wolf. Yeah, I've completely lost my train of thought too.
All right. I had to bring out the avatar. I'm at home now.
I mean,
so we had to have fun.
I mean, he's gorgeous. He is absolutely gorgeous. I wanna, give him
I
a
love
tickle behind the
background
ears.
too.
Ask a question, Joe. Ask a question. He has to talk more.
Ask a question. Oh, what to do?
Yeah.
So, what's
yeah.
the history of this wolf?
Okay, you don't want to know that. Do you really want to know that? Okay, so the history of the wolf is I used to watch a lot of streams and Doggo. I don't know if y'all remember Doggo from back in the day.
Yeah.
There was a guy who used to stream that used a dog face. He was one of the first V streamers that was out there, and the tool he used was a piece of software called Face Rig, and I went through a whole series of I just thought it was cool what he was doing, having the VTube thing, and I always wanted to try the streaming without putting my face on stream. So I bought Face Rig, which is the same thing he used, and found the wolf thing, the wolf face here, and started using the wolf face, and ended up calling myself Lone Wolf because I started using it so much. So, but yeah, my original gamer tag was Usul for the longest time, misspelled, but it was still Usul. So I just gave myself Lone
Really?
Wolf Usul, and that's where it all came from.
And that's why Dave is Lone Wolf also. There you go. I even said that wrong.
That sounds like a werewolf protagonist, like in Skyrim or something.
I am an ESO gamer, so Skyrim is a good call.
Cool.
Actually, if you find his channel, as he was saying, that there's a lot of videos on there where he's playing Elder Scrolls Online.
I'll definitely have to watch. I like watching and streaming video games. I usually do like GBA stuff though, like Fire Emblem Sacred Stones. I do that a lot.
Fair. Yeah.
The whole thing is more about online communities and interacting with online communities. That's kind of the reason I took the Lone Wolf moniker, is because I float between guilds in various RPG games, role-playing games.
You're saying you're a bit of a floater.
I'm a bit of a
We get that
floater.
a lot.
Yeah.
There's so many different communities. How can you just pick one?
But yeah, I mix and match a lot. So and I'm really interested in the dynamic of online interactivity as it relates to sociology and how we interact together. I mean, one of the biggest things I've noticed is there's a whole lot of people out there who are kind of like me. I'm socially awkward in real life, but you get me in an online community, it loosens me up. I have the ability to talk a little bit, especially if you hide my face, I get a little bit more out there. So, I mean, it just, and doing this over time gives me a lot of practice for doing it in real life. So it has helped me over time become a little bit more relaxed in real life, where I'm probably a non-medicated ADHD kid that was never diagnosed, blah, blah, blah. So, social awkwardness kind of helps with the online interactivity. And that's always been something that interested me. And part of the reason behind my my streams and my videos that you see on my channel is it's really kind of to catch those golden moments that happen in the middle of like a 4-hour stream that are just like, like that perfect moment of humanity that is just like, that's a good person, or that's something that should have happened. That's something that happens in real life, and it's good that it was captured. Maybe somebody who cares about it at some point in the future will see it and make something of it. Who knows?
I like that.
I
Very
want to
cool.
I want to say something I think I've been trying to be more mindful of because I do the exact same thing when I'm talking about it. I think we need to change the narrative about in real life because like I hear that being I don't know, it just kind of it's not really up to date with like how our society is functioning at this point in time
Yeah,
and
I agree.
online is real life. It is. It has it has a huge impact
Because it's
on our
still
lives.
reality, even as a
And
bigger impact because it stretches so far
yeah.
out, like across the world. And a lot of people, I totally hear that because I'm listening. Sorry, I'll say after you're done.
No, that was pretty much I mean,
You're
I
right.
think I've been trying to kind of adjust it whenever I catch myself doing it just because it's not
Mhm.
like it's still real life, so I kinda just say, like, in person or something because like, it's like, this is
Yeah.
still real life. I have friends online who I've never met. I think one of my closest friends is an online friend. So
Mhm.
I think that's kind of the older generations kind of
Influence.
I've been
their
caught in that
Yeah,
trap.
their
the
perception of what
URL.
online is kind of just, like, feeding down
I'm
into our
and
idea.
I'm
It's
literally
like
one of those people kind of caught in that trap where, I'm that kind of older generation where I'll be honest with you, like the idea of like strictly online friends, like in my mind is partitioned from the people I interact with online are materially different from the people I interact with not online. Eh, necessarily speaking, right? Hold on, I got a phone call now.
Oh my god, that's like really old school
That's
phone.
hilarious.
Who has a phone that rings like that anymore? God.
Ursula.
Your cell phones ring like that.
I
But
like what you say though about the whole online thing because actually it's quite funny because the bulk of my friends that I have made that I continue a friendship with in adulthood have been those that I have made online, and I've met some of them. Most of the Answers in Reason crew are people that never knew each other, and we got involved in various debate groups, and we were like, "Hey, let's meet up." And actually, yeah, do you know what? You're cool, yeah, and that's the sort of the way the friendship ran. And actually, it takes away some of the shit that you deal with friendships in real life because when you're at school or when you're at work, you're playing a part. And when you're online, you're a little bit more of your raw self. Now, don't get me wrong, some people are
I
just
disagree.
generally a little bit more of a cunt and they're playing that part. But what I mean by when at least for me, when I'm online,
I think
I
that's actually
am
common for neurodivergent people. I've heard that
perhaps.
what you're saying, like because
yeah,
I feel the exact same way. I feel like I'm able to be more of my raw self, but I notice so many people like there's so many people that are not like it's a facade.
Yes,
It's
they're
an
acting a
act.
part.
I
They're
Can
can't
I
wrap
yeah.
my
just
head
Like
around
a
that,
mass
but
can I
sometimes, just
just
to fit the neurotypical standpoint, like
Mhm.
can I just ask a question?
yeah.
So when we say we are able to be, remember I'm old.
Yeah.
When we say we're able to be more of ourselves online, is that because we're perceiving some of the qualities in real life to be non-essential to what we are? Because I don't think that's true.
It
I don't think
depends.
that's true at all.
For me, it's when I, for example, would talk about my interests in general, like at work or something, I'd have someone just turn around and go, "Oh, you're so boring." Um or I'd be too afraid to address things the way I'd want them, or the way I would talk about things would rub people the wrong way. And I found that the way I've held conversations online and with the people that I've made friends with, and you know what? The bulk of them have ended up being neurodivergent, and some of them have only found out recently as well. but the conversations that we've allowed ourselves to be really real with each other,
Okay.
and we've spoken directly with each other but not got offended by the way we're speaking to each other, and we've talked about our interests but we've not told each other, oh, you're being boring, or I don't care about that, or whatever.
Can I
It's
ask a question?
been similar interests. And no, go for it. What's your question?
So my question is, what if the online community has just allowed a broader reach for you to find a group of people that you feel at home with? If you had had that same, if you had had that same reach in real life, if we are distinguishing, and you could now go down to the pub and meet 5 people that had the same interest, and you didn't have a difficulty finding them. That's what I'm seeing is the problem.
Yeah,
is before you were stuck in a community where you had a difficulty, finding the people that you actually communicate well with. What you've had is now a broadened, more global environment where you can do that. So it's not the fact that you're online, it's the fact that you've got better reach.
Can I I gotta go in a sec. I gotta go Christmas shopping.
Okay.
He's kind of right. There's a game, Diplomacy, that I had only played, just to back up his point. In real life, I'd only played it once or twice in camp in 7th grade because it's really involved. It's 12 hours and it's hard to find anybody who's played it. But as soon as I got online, I found whole communities that played Diplomacy and was playing it with people from all over the world. So that backs up what he's saying. But I got to take off, guys. I got to go Christmas shopping.
Craig, thank you for coming. Have some fun Christmas shopping and have a Merry Christmas, and we'll see you soon.
Merry Christmas all. Bye-bye.
So I have a little more to add to that. So the thing is, I think for neurodivergent people especially, we spend the majority of our time masking, and it's very exhausting, and it does feel like, all those parts, that it is a part of us, but it's like it is still me, of course, but there's an ability to being online where I've been able to just be myself in a way that I can't do in person. My mental health, anxiety, like all of those things kind of get in the way of that. And I do think it is more common with people that are neurodivergent, specifically because of masking, where we've gotten online and been able to discover who we are. Like I know my partner recently was just talking about this with his Twitch streaming. He's like, I feel like for the first time I'm realizing like who I actually am, not just portraying what I want society to see, like what I feel like I have to be in these instances. I can just be myself. And it's hard to explain, I think, when you don't have that experience of really having so many walls build up, just out of like self-preservation and being neurodivergent and having all these traits that don't fit into neurotypical society, and realizing for the first time in your life that you don't actually know who you actually are, and just having that opportunity to just like let go of all of that and just be yourself without restriction, without the you're boring, stop talking about that, I'm not interested in this, why did you say it that way, you're being rude, why aren't you looking me in the eye, like all of those things. It just kind of takes all of that away, and I can just be myself.
No, I'm totally with you.
Like,
I think in the same way that there are some people who find it really easy to come online and be that, say that they're more of the neurotypical variety, that they find it easy to come online and just be a dick to others, because actually that's who they are at their heart. I think I think that's sort of how it has been for me. I've felt a little bit more comfortable being myself and interacting with other people as myself. And it's like, it's one of those things, like, you know how one of the biggest dating tips people will give you is be yourself. And actually, that's really, really, really true, because if you're not yourself, you'll not end up with someone that is matched to you. But I think that because you are neurodivergent...
Hey, I got married, Joe.
Yeah, so did I. It's there. Because...
A very important point to make.
because you're not like you completely threw me off, man. I completely forgot what I was saying. I don't even know what we've been saying for the
We were
last
talking
10
about
minutes.
how, like, how if you don't go, if you go on a date and people and you try
Yes,
and like
thank you.
mask yourself, you know.
Yes.
Yeah, I get what you're
Yeah,
saying.
but like you're masking the whole time, and it's the same thing with your friendship group and everything like that. And being online, it in the same way that it helps people be more of a cunt and troll others, it helped me be more comfortable just to be myself and be that more direct. And do you know what? If there were people that didn't like that, then it was just, well, they're people I don't know and they go away. And if there were people that responded to that, they were like, oh yeah, engaged. And I'd have a conversation with them and I'd make friends with them. And I've met some of them in real life. And most of the people that I have met online, I've made good friends with. And I mean like physically met. And there are other people that if they had been more local, I would physically meet too. And I think that's it. I think I've made more real friendships online than I probably made in real life. And I'm not saying I haven't made friends in real life, but the bulk of the people that have stayed with me and stayed friends with me and allowed me to be the absolute cock that I am have been the people that I've met online.
That's fair. I mean, honestly, just think of the ratio of how many people in your town and how many people in the world, right? So of course, it kind of makes more sense that you'd have more than like the amount of the people you know, like directly, personally, at least in the very sense of face to face, right?
Yeah,
And
definitely.
honestly, with the thing with the talks of IRL and internet and stuff, there is this whole thing that I've always been really concerned about is how people they always when they think of things that they do online, they're like because they have that mentality, they're like, oh, it's not reality, right? And it's like these are both realities. The internet was created in this reality for us to use, you know? Like that's kind of like it's why it doesn't make sense to me that people have those things, but at the same time, it's like that dissonance is so detrimental to
Why
humanity. I
people are
truly
assholes,
believe,
right?
like,
Because it's like,
yeah,
oh, this isn't real.
they
This
think
isn't
it's
real
fine.
life. Yeah, so it's cool.
I
But it's also
completely.
people who are like, I have the free will to be an asshole, so I'm going to be an asshole, right? It's the same mentality of just because I can, I do, versus because I should.
Yeah.
And I think like anyone who like navigates it like that, it says a
I
lot,
completely
right?
agree, and I have this argument regularly with my wife because she will often say, "What am I doing? Spending what is it now 3 hours with people I've never met, discussing things that are inconsequential to my life." I'm like, they're not inconsequential. We're discussing things that shape my opinion of real issues and how I think. And regardless, we can be clever about that later. But the point is, I think that they are both real realities. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah,
But
still
they are
parts of
different.
reality.
You're
And
right.
it's
They
like,
are
I don't know,
different. They
maybe
will
it's a
never
universal
be the
thing.
same. There's
The
the
point I've been
friends, and I
trying.
think that at least for me, I'm not going to speak for everybody here. The
Mhm.
friends that I have online and the groups that I have online are absolutely fantastic, but they are narrow. They are less complex. I have to deal with every shit my best friend does in his life, not because I've chosen to restrict how much I see of it, because I have literally no opinion of how little I see of it. I get all of it because it's everything. Whereas the people I meet here, I meet them for specific discussions, which is why I try to get everybody to go to a pub once in a while. I've never actually succeeded at it, because what I would really like to do is sit down with Joe and Philip and Luke and say, who the fuck are you? Right? Like, have a pint and talk about
When you
stuff
come
that
into
makes them
Bournemouth.
feel uncomfortable. So I do think they're different. I think they're real, but I do think they're very different.
They are different,
Actually-
but that's what I was saying. Like some of the people who I've had the opportunity to meet, for example, a lot of the air crew, you know, I've met most of the people from Answers in Reason, and that has allowed me to see other sides to them. I've had Kristen crying on my kitchen floor. That's not the sort of thing that you tend to have on the streams and all of that. And there's been those
Christian or
layers.
Christians?
Kristen
Ah.
Kristen Pike. Although Christians probably do cry on my kitchen floor as well. But
Can you
Here's,
just
let me
imagine a bunch
kind
of
of jump in.
Christians going to your floor to cry?
Sorry?
Like,
I missed that, sorry.
Let me jump in
I
real
mean,
quick.
I know I'm just
I've been
having this
trying to.
headcanon. But sorry.
You both talked over each other again. Right,
Words are
Crisis,
hard.
you say it
Let me just
first.
jump in with this point because I've been trying
I just
to and I'm gonna keep talking. No, yeah. So on the whole, like what we were talking about with neurodivergence, getting real comfortable and how to interact online and that type of stuff. There's a real big point that I've noticed that I'd like to make on this topic, which is there is a massive feedback loop that can happen when people participate in that type of interaction, especially if you're a streamer who is mostly getting your interactions from people who are viewing your stream. And when I'm talking about a feedback loop, I'm not talking about necessarily a good thing. It can be a good thing, but in a lot of situations, it ends up being a bad thing where you have people reinforcing bad behaviors, which are not beneficial to you, not only online, but not in real life in any way whatsoever. And you see this in a lot of instances where you have, somewhat popular, even large streamers getting pulled into these real dark cavities of human existence and finally ending up in very serious legal problematic situations because of this feedback loop that they couldn't identify that was promoting these really negative behaviors. And because they are involved in this real myopic self sphere, it's real hard to see outside of that, especially for somebody who like myself is neurodivergent and can get a little too into myself to start with anyway. And I'm just I'm kind of talking more, nothing like this has ever happened to me personally, but I see it happening to people online all the time, and it scares the Jesus out of me, where I'm just like, God, don't let me go there where I start doing some nonsense that people actually find entertaining. I start making money from it, and the next thing you know, 10 years down the line, people are like, this is the scum of the fucking earth. I mean, how many times have you seen that exemplified in modern day society? Kind of scary.
Yeah, I mean,
I also actually want to ask Steen, because you mentioned like maybe it's just about the reach, right? That was your one of your arguments. But then you also mentioned that there's this distinction that they cannot be the same, right? Do you think like can you pinpoint exactly what it is about online interaction versus in real life interaction that makes this distinction so profound for you? Because I mean, you mentioned, for example, getting all of it or just engaging on certain topics online, but that is maybe more about how you interact online, right? Or is it something that is in principle not?
No, it's not.
Yeah.
I don't think it's in principle. I think it's a question of. I think it's a question of time. I think you can probably get the same reality or the same perception of a person online as you can in reality. I think it'll take longer online because you are more selective, or to some extent it is more selective, where you meet, the topics you talk about, what you engage with, whereas you get more complexity in real life where if you are sitting at a pub and let's say you're sitting at a pub and you're discussing, this is going to be a terrible example and people are going to hate me for it. You're sitting in a pub and we're talking about philosophy, and all of a sudden a very beautiful black woman walks by and I go, Jesus Christ, she's hot. And you turn around and go, oh, not really my taste. I go, well, okay, fair enough. There's a complexity there that just wouldn't be there, right? because in an online environment, what we're doing is we are vacuuming ourselves into a topic or a specific focus. And we can do that multiple times and get the totality.
That's I think a good point. But then, do you think there's like an analogous argument to be made, like for the opposite effect, right? That there are certain things that can happen online that cannot happen in real life. For example,
Absolutely.
like with people playing a certain game maybe online, right? That wouldn't be possible to be played like in real life because that's just not the thing that happens, right?
Absolutely.
So maybe
And I
there
know
are
you're
like
not asking
other
me, but
experiences that can be triggered that are
And I
just
think that's the
online.
point. I think that's the point. I think that's the point. If we're talking about neurodivergence, is that you get to exclude some of those interactions that might be difficult. And again, I don't think I am neurodivergent. I don't know. But if you can abstract from those things that might be abstractions or problems, then it becomes a lot. I was going to say safer. That's the wrong word. A lot of a better process. I don't know. The word eludes me. That would be correct to use. But yes, I think it goes both ways.
Like we're more
Yes.
able to experience
Yes.
things
Most
and on a
enabling or
level
able.
that
I have a real
Yeah.
easy analogy that explains this, if I
it-
may, real quick. And it's quite simply, the analogy is sex. The internet is a condom. If
my God.
I mean, in all honesty, your friends on the internet, you're dealing with them independently. You don't know any of their friends. You don't know many of their family in a lot of instances. You're separated from them by great distances. The people not in real life, but locally, let's just say locally, okay? Let's say your local friends that you're involved with, you're not just involved with them, you're involved with their friends, their friends, their families. It is a community situation in a local sense when you're involved with local individuals. And, say you piss, a girl off locally, you might have to deal with her brother's repercussions. You know what I'm saying? If you piss off a girl online, you might just have to deal with some trolls. It's a little bit different.
But what you're doing now is you're accentuating the
Like,
difference between real life and online. You're literally making a stark line between those two, which I think is what we're trying
That's
to
the way
blur.
it partitions in my brain, though. That's what I'm
Okay.
saying. In my experience, that's in here. You're talking about 50 years of experience, and at least 25 of that being in online interactions. That's how things have panned out in my experience. Where when it comes to interactions with online people, you can ghost an online motherfucker a lot faster than you can ghost somebody who lives 5 miles away from you.
I was actually going to say too, I know like neurodivergent people, we kind of attract each other because our ability, the way that we have relationships don't always fit with the neurotypical mindset. So for example, like one of my closest friends from high school, the one friend that I kept from high school, recently realized that she's also probably has ADHD. And the thing that I notice that's so common with us is we're very out of sight, out of mind. We can go months, weeks, longer without talking to each other, but we are still each other's bestest friend. And like a lot of times with neurotypical people, I feel like there's this expectation that I can't meet. I just can't meet it. And for that reason, people drift away, and then it's like I'm a terrible person. I'm selfish. I'm self-centered. I'm not spending enough time with them. All of this, there's these obligations that you can't meet. And it's easier, I think, online to be able to make these types of friends and kind of congregate together and be able to have this mutual respect and understanding of one another without having to defend yourself every time you're like, sorry, I can't hang out. I can't like be on call you today, or I can't be on stream today. In such a way that at least a lot of my relationships over my life, I've failed at meeting those expectations and therefore failed at the relationship, and those relationships no longer exist.
It's like,
I think even in
honestly,
online interactions, I've had this weird thing happen before where you're pretty tight with an online person, and then you find out that they only live 45 minutes away, and things change dramatically in the whole relationship. It's like, oh well, you mean we could only drive 20 minutes and be hanging out together? No, and then like so the whole, psychology comes in that, okay, well, we're only hanging out online. So we must not really like each other enough to even get in our car to go hang out in person.
So
I mean, it's
what we
like
were saying,
a whole new aspect gets added into the dynamic between, the interaction, and, at some point in time, maybe it becomes to where you just decide that you're not as close as you thought you were to start with, and you fall out of touch, and you only live 45 minutes away from each other.
so let me
It's
just
like,
be
honestly,
clear. We're saying that physical friendships are distinctly different from online friendships, and I'm not saying real life, not real life. I'm saying physical relationships are
local versus unlocal.
distinctly different from
Or at least
online.
there are
Is
distinct
that what we're
differences.
getting to?
There's distinct differences. There's distinct
It's
differences.
like,
Salem, you were
honestly,
about to
for
talk
me,
there. How you doing? You popped on the
Hey,
screen.
Salem.
Hey, yeah, no, I've like, especially because like being like so like online for some period of time, and then moving towards, like I'm in college right now, right, and then all my interactions are mostly in person. And one of my closest friends is neurodivergent too. And I've actually been able to learn a lot from him, through because we think totally differently. It's like when I was first talking with him about it, he was like, he doesn't think in dialogue and words. He thinks in pictures, and that just kind of blew my mind, right? So even when talking about whatever with them, it was just a very different perspective. And then and I actually relate a lot with him in other areas too. It's he always feels like he's trying to learn a social game and fit in, right? It's
Yeah.
not like he ever is authentically himself. Is who he can just act normally, right? He's so hyper aware of everything and fitting in.
Yep.
And I actually figured out in my life, going from my interest into that and needing to do that, I felt a lot of similarities with him in that area too. So even though we're totally different, we think totally differently, we do that, we're close as friends because just many other areas regarding that. And yeah, this has been a topic, the whole neurodivergence and all of these mental differences. It's been something that I've been so interested in lately, just because of that aspect and how personal it is to me. Given that a lot of my friends that I had no idea. And before he told me, it's not something I ever thought about. But he says a really tough thing for him is does he want to tell people that he's neurodivergent, right? Because at that point he doesn't know okay, are they going to try to start consciously kind of thinking me differently now, or are they going to just treat me like normal, right? Or normal, in that sense. It's for him. It's a whole thing of okay, do I want to tell people, but do I not want to tell people? Do I and it just yeah. So
I think
sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think for me, telling people and being open about it for the first time, I think what it helps for me is release me from those expectations. And if they're going to require that I meet expectations that I can't meet, I'm able to explain, this is, if you can't accept this, then this isn't going to work. You're asking me to do things I can't physically do. And it takes away this aspect of having to come up with excuse after excuse after excuse as to why I'm not feeling up for it that day, or I can't engage the way they want me to. I can't make it to this event or that event. And yeah, I think it helps release the neurotypical expectations is kind of what I think goal is going forward with being open. I mean, my recent job that I had was the first job I was open also about being neurodivergent. And it made it so much easier to be able to just explain why certain things are difficult for me, why I'm struggling with this, and then give me the allowance to understand that I'm not, when it looks like I'm not listening, it's not because I'm not listening. I have a million things going on through my head. When I forget something, it's not me being disrespectful and not listening to you. It's I can't do what you are expecting me to do, what you find easy. So I'm doing all of these other things to mitigate that, and being able to be open about it so that they can actually see what's going on and understand why. For example, when I'm at work, I have these Post-it notes all over my lanyard just so I can write things down so I'm not interrupting people when I have questions. there's so many things that I have to do in order to meet the job that I'm meeting, and a lot of times that goes unnoticed because they see this side of you that is like, "Oh, you're so good at your job, you're so this, you're so that, there's no way you could be neurodivergent," and it's like, you have no idea the effort it takes for me to do this every day, the fact that I haven't showered in 3 days and probably haven't eaten in 2, you know what I mean? Like, they don't see that impact, so I guess I just wanted to say that that's kind of where why I think it is not important or required, like, nobody needs to ever reveal that information, but I think it can be able to normalize being able to talk about it, and learning how to be comfortable talking about it so that you can advocate for yourself in those situations.
Absolutely. Like, honestly, I'm neurodivergent myself, and I don't know. It's like I have this thing where it's just like if I talk to somebody for a while, if we say how we do, we end it how it is. I'm not gonna assume anything's different unless something's said. Do you know what I mean? And there's also like for all of these things, it's just odd because everyone acts like you have to have an excuse to be yourself and want to do things and want to have time for yourself and all of this stuff for this expectation that people don't even really talk about. You know what I mean?
You have an
And I'm just
ulterior
like,
motive for something that you said or did because neurotypical people always like they have these implicit like things like rules that I don't know. And then
yeah, and it's
assume
like they
that
don't
I
even
did
talk
something
about
because
it.
of this, and I'm like, I said
It's too
something because I'm
much.
being rude or something, and I'm like, "No, I have no idea what you're talking about," you know? And it's
Yeah.
rough trying to keep up with all of that. It really is, and it has damaged a lot of my relationships, and I mean, it's why I dropped out of college, it's why I've changed jobs so many times, you know?
Like, I think it's really detrimental, honestly, to have those expectations that aren't even talked about. And then it's like, I don't know, when we were talking about like the internet and people being local and there's being a difference, I don't really see that there's inherently that much of a difference. And I mean, in the sense of it's like the internet makes human interaction even more readily available compared to how it is if you only go local, like only locally forever, right? Like, and it's like I don't know. It's like I get that, like, yeah, you can hold hands with somebody, you can look at the sea at the same time, but you can do VR now, and you can look at like pictures and talk to each other. You can look at something and have a conversation in the chats and have like, oh, what's this? I see this. I feel this. Oh, you don't? Okay, like that happens online too. Just because it's like you're not looking at someone's face, I don't think that that completely makes a complete, distance from each other, as people like to assume. I
And there's
I feel like
relationships
that
people have in person that can
it's very
grow
special
that are
either way.
separated. Sorry,
And it's like, no, I totally hear you. Like, it's just totally, it's totally like they have this. People have this expectation when people are local, like, oh, we have to meet up, we have to see each other, but you can't just exist and be friends and stuff and not have inherent expectations all the time. You can't have like it's like the way that we navigate relationships and being around each other. I think that's why people are like, there's totally an inherent, absolute difference between IRL and the internet and stuff, but not really like people and talking to each other.
Yeah, I mean, my friend from high school, we went from seeing each other every day to we've probably seen each other maybe 3 times in, like, 5 years. But, like so, like, there's relationships like, I can even see it in how the people that I've grown apart from when I moved an hour away, but we still have a really close relationship, we're still able to have a relationship. I didn't really have a relationship with my mother-in-law until she was, like, across the frickin', like, world living in another country, and we were talking online and on the phone all the time. So, yeah, I mean, I think I get what you're saying, like, it doesn't feel like there's really that much of a difference as we put to it. It's more of just an accessibility that we're able to grow it's just it's in a different sense, and, like, I think what people are used to, and especially the generation that maybe isn't really online or doesn't, or views online as just being, like, fake life or something or not real friends. My
Can I
mother-in-law is
ask a
one of those
question?
people.
Can I
Yeah,
ask
I
a
think it's just a
question?
difference between how people experience these things and how people like talk to people about these things. Like you can foster genuine relationships with either, or you can not have like a genuine thing with either. You know what I mean? Like that's
Yeah.
why it's like I kind of
Can I
feel like
can I just ask a question?
Yeah, go for it.
Sorry, I know I'm bad at
So
that.
if we are considering them compatible, right, or equal, maybe not compatible. That's kind of where the question leads. I manage large teams. I have a lot of different people in my team.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that we do it is that we are transparent about the work that we have to do and whether people feel that they can do it.
Yep.
It's very simple. If people feel they can't do the work for various reasons, then we figure out whether they need to team up with other people to complete that work or whether they want to take it on themselves as a challenge. That's fine. But there are things we need to achieve, and we need to achieve that as a team. That's the way we generally work. I have multiple people who work exclusively online. They never come into the office. And I have people who come in sometimes. And I have people like myself who are in the office to make myself available to my team if needed, if they want to come in.
That's awesome. I wish more more places did stuff like that.
That's
allowed
what my
people to
company does as
work
well.
from
I mean,
home.
I'm at home full time,
that
but
sounds
most
pretty
people
awesome.
are hybrid.
But the
workers.
question then is, are those two realities compatible?
What do you mean by compatible?
So, for example, I will social engagements, for example, right? So my team, one of the things I struggle with is I have teams and I need them to be cohesive. I need them to work together. I need them to have, they don't have to have fun. That's not a prerogative. But they have to bond. They have to relate to the objectives they have. They have to need to be able to support each other and want to support each other. That's part of motivational theory. That's
yeah. I agree with
as
you.
old as they. But if I take some of my team out to the pub, even the ones who don't want to drink, and I take them out to the pub, and we have discussions there, that becomes an in-group, not a conflicting in-group, but there are inside jokes. There are behaviors that they like. That translates to their online environment about laughing about things they did last Saturday, which excludes the people that weren't there, right? If I don't do the social behaviors in real life and I only do them online, then I'm excluding those people who actually really like going down and discussing other things than work and not using Teams and having other interactions than just online. So what you have, so that's my question. Is it fully compatible?
I think there's a
Fully
balance.
is difficult to say yes or no. Is anything fully
It was a difficult
compatible?
question.
But there's definitely a level of compatibility. I mean, the thing is, if someone is fully online, but look, I'll give you an example, right? There were train strikes recently, which meant that I couldn't go to my work Christmas do,
It's
right?
like, and
at
I
the end
guess
of
it's just the difference of the group that you made more so than the actual online or offline. You know what I mean? Like, it kind of feels like if you make a group and you involve certain people, then that's going to be that group, right? But if you do the same thing online or something, then the people who aren't would be excluded, or however the case. But you could do a thing where everyone were able to like talk with each other. You know, like
But you
whoever
can't
you
do
thought
that
of.
without excluding the partial preference of each of the groups. That's my
no,
point.
but that's the thing, though. You can give people so. Here is an online group if you want to chat in an online group. Here is a work group if you want to chat in the work group. Okay, yes, you might end up with people who lean one way over the other and they just decide. A few people don't decide that they don't want to interact this way, and a few people decide they don't want to interact that way. But they
I'm gonna
are.
go.
Hello.
Sorry. Bye-bye.
Have a good one. I'll catch you later, Steve.
You too. Yep.
Well, as I guess we don't need to finish off his conversation. Seeing Simpsons
No, it was a good,
a very
good
interesting
question.
conversation.
No, it was.
it's
It is a very interesting point. But
You can watch
that's just it.
later. You can watch it back.
I think there are points where you can have these different ways of taking things and actually appreciating the fact that there are people who like to see they are that different, and okay, so these two people might feel a little bit discommunicated from those people. I don't even know if that's a real word, but disconnected
It's a
is what
word
I was.
now.
Yeah, disconnected is what I was trying to say, but discommunicated. Let's go with
Yeah.
it. But they're separated from them. But the general group, they will still interact with online. And yeah, there are people who prefer to be in the office in my company, but they will chat to me online. And there are some people who prefer email. There's some people do this, and you sort of work with each other, and you try and find a way that balances things out with you
Yeah.
both, and or all of you, should I say. And I think that's part of a cohesive team. There's always going to be some people that feel a little bit of an outlier in any group that you're in. If you're someone that is quite introverted, and you're at you have to go to work every day, right? You have to go to the office. You already feel threatened. And the second that they're like, oh yeah, team event, you've got to come along, it's team building, it's trust building, it's this, it's it's all that extroverted stuff that actually pushes you back further into your shell than you really don't want to do, and it's pushing you further away. And I think one of the things that COVID actually showed me was the fact that I do seem quite extroverted, but there's a lot of me that I have a lot of introverted traits as well, and I think part of that is actually the ADHD part of the level of energy that you have for certain situations, and it results in you appearing like an extroverted introvert. And
Yeah, ambivert.
sorry.
Like people when they feel like an extrovert and a introvert at the same time, they call themselves an ambivert. I kind of feel that way because it's like half and half for me,
I've
depending
not
on the
heard that term
situation what I want to
before.
do. But yeah, well, there you go, new word.
Yeah, awesome.
I
But I think
actually think
there's that point where you sort of you're always thrust into this environment that doesn't suit you. And as soon as I had the ability to work from home because we were all forced into it, there are all these people having breakdowns over not interacting with people, and there was me going, yeah, I don't have to see people every day.
I think it's more compatible to have a combination of these things, right? Because like
definitely,
if we have the combination, like of course I think it's kind of a simple answer for me personally, because I just think it's like, well, of course it's compatible, because how is it not better to be able to provide options for everybody, to be able to set expectations that everyone is able to meet in different ways and give them the freedom to be able to choose that. And like, of course, there's going to be some people left out, but that's going to happen in any situation. I think it would be
Exactly.
more detrimental
Like everyone,
to not have the option to allow people to work in an environment that works for them. And
Yeah,
I
it really
think
limits
you're
the
going to keep more
options.
employees that way. Honestly, like I think the
I'm
retention
going to
rate
leave you
for
whilst I
employees
quickly
is
go and get
way
another
better.
drink.
I was
think
done.
actually-
That was all I was saying.
I think you could very easily.
It's like it really.
With what Steen was saying before, if you just put the same scenario that he had with like two teams, one is meeting online, one is meeting at the pub, but then you just create like a scenario where they're always like maybe in person, right? But maybe one team doesn't like to go to this particular pub and prefers to do another activity, and then half of the team wants to do this different activity, right? Because it's then you really see that this setup is more about like the activities that these people do. And of course, if a part of the group is going to have certain experiences, they're going to have like things to share, right? Things to talk about. But that's always going to be the case when a group is going to have experiences that the other group doesn't have. And it's always going to happen even within groups that are quite cohesive within each other. Like sometimes you can't go someplace and then you miss a thing, and then they have something to talk about that you don't, but you still are not completely excluded if you have like a backlog of history. But then I think like the same problems could be just again replicated completely in real life that he set up in a way, just by having two different locations that people want to go through to, and maybe they don't have any shared locations that they want to go to. So I don't think it's like an issue about online versus offline necessarily. It's more about like creating this setting where like two groups don't want to have like a common place to meet, whether online or offline is kind of irrelevant in a way.
In-group,
Yeah, because it's
out-group
still
dynamics
meeting, it's
are
still talking.
Yeah. I also think
in-group, out-group dynamics are really complicated, and they've been around forever.
I mean, it's like one of the oldest things that human civilizations have been dealing with. I mean, we were talking about religion earlier and how integral that was to, human civilization development. I mean, that's one of the first in-group, out-group developments. And I mean, that's you're literally talking about protoform governments and tribal politics. I mean, that's literal in-grouping and out-grouping.
What else were you gonna say, Philip? Sorry, I'm just
No,
trying to because I know
no,
Philip
no,
doesn't talk very much.
no. I was just like, no, actually, the other thing was like more of a wrap up that I wanted to. No, not really a wrap up, but like, because we had a lot of different questions going on right here in this whole conversation. One was like about, is it like as real, like are online friendships or relationships as real as in-person ones? And I think we seem to all agree that they can be like as real, like that was one. But then there was another question about, are they like do they have any differences, right? Do they have any differences? And I think we had some ideas about here that maybe there are some differences that are inherent. Like, for example, in person, you tend to know the friends of the friend and the family of the friend. That doesn't happen that much online because you can very much like laser focus on one person without like getting to know all the social. So there are like different, or you have certain experiences in maybe in a pub or someplace that you don't have online. But then conversely, you also have experiences online, maybe in a game that you don't have in person. So there are these things that happen more naturally in each setting that don't occur as often. But I also think that we have to point out that none of these things are necessarily like in principle impossible to replicate in the other medium, right? Maybe apart from maybe like physical contact or stuff like that, right? But VR was mentioned, for example. A lot of these things can be like to a certain extent, I think, replicated. Like you can go into a pub online technically and have these experiences. And then there's like another question, which is, okay, now we know that there are these distinctions that often occur in these two mediums, but then do they really matter? Or like what kind of friendships do they create, or do they create like different friendships, or like how are they different? Are they better? Are they worse for having these like settings? Maybe they're just different. Maybe they're not like better or worse. Maybe they're just like different kinds of relationships that you form. So this last question, I think, was more interesting to me because you can do stuff online that you can't in physical spaces. Like, for example, you can even technically never show yourself, like the way you look physically, right? But then is that a problem? That is a very interesting question to me, right? Like, does that create a real issue? Like, because a lot of the time, especially in society, there was this, or there still is, I think, this idea that what matters is what you have inside, in a way, right? But then we still inevitably end up discriminating based on visual, like how someone looks, right? Or like, I think you muted Irina as well. Like maybe you're trying to say something. I don't know.
Oh, I was just saying we don't emulate that in society, even though like that's a common thing that we all say.
Yeah, exactly.
Most people
right?
don't actually practice that.
Yeah. That's the point, though. That's a really interesting point, though, right? Because we say that a lot. It's a very like you see this in movies and stuff. It's really important, but then you always like have this feeling that, I mean, it still matters, right? How you appear in a way. And so like
there's this emphasis and hyperfixation on people's looks, like across media, like across celebritydom, across everything.
But
and
now
it's part of the human condition too. Like we don't do it purposefully. It just
I also agree. But then if you have like an environment, if you have like an environment online where you can like completely like mitigate that aspect in a way, right? Where you can make everybody look the same potentially, or like just make them look how they want to look or something like that, right? What does that mean for relationships, right? Does that improve them? Does that alter them somehow? Like that is interesting to me, because then people are going to say, oh, but then I don't know the real you, right? Because I don't know how you really look and stuff like that. But is that even a meaningful question at that point, right? Because I mean, why does it matter? Well, in a way, why does it?
And I mean, what weight does it have for the person?
Yeah.
These are like that's
it's
what
very,
I wanted
like,
to get to at some point with the conversation, because I find that very fascinating. And
but
so
also, I just wanted, just one thing though about how people are like with how people can't, you hyper focus on people online and you can only be friends. I think that like if people had the initiative, they'd definitely be friends with other people's friends that they made online.
Yeah,
You know
exactly.
what I mean?
Right.
Like you see
Yeah,
people and
that's
you're like,
possible.
hey, you know, like I'm just like, it's kind of odd how people think that there can't be connections if they're not physically there. Like they don't even think of it as online, or people are like, you're not real if I don't have your face as your profile picture all the time, because
Yeah.
I have an intense focus on how people look, and that's ultimately what I care about. You know, but I'm not going to say that. That's what it
Right.
is.
Well, most people aren't even aware that that's what's happening, like the implicit bias of that. I haven't
Yeah.
heard Salem say anything
Yeah.
for a minute.
Yeah.
I'm just curious. I know I interrupt and I talk over people sometimes. I know we all do it. I do it habitually.
Yeah,
So
you
just wanna make sure
It's like
fight for
trying to
your
talk
voice
to
here.
it's a chance to talk.
You have to fight. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
think you're
Salem,
muted.
I think you're muted.
Specifically.
Yeah. Or your mic is not working. Because
No,
no,
what's
yeah,
happening?
your mic is not
Unmuting your
working.
mic.
I also
Mic's
haven't
not
seen you in a
working.
while, by the way. Like, that's it was very surprising to see you here. Like, it's been quite a while since I've seen you.
Nice to see
Yeah,
you.
the
And
mo-
happy
I had
Oh
the
no,
mic
it's
to
not.
you.
Yeah,
not
I think
working.
there's something with the mic that's not working properly.
Have you
It's
tried
just cool
turning
because
it off and
numbers.
on again?
Yeah,
That's
or
that's
check
what
the
he's doing now.
check the settings
Let
or
me ask
something.
you on what you were saying about like from just a
Better?
conceptual standpoint.
Yeah,
Is it
now we can
okay
hear you.
for an actor to take on the persona of their character? I mean, that's kind of what you're describing in your scenario there. I mean, person who's pretending to be one way online, not necessarily who they are in real life. I mean, is that
No,
really
actually,
genuine person?
Actually, I don't know if you were referring to my scenario, but like when I was talking about not showing how you look like, or showing like a different way that you want other people to see you, right? Like that's a different. It's not about.
But I mean, like,
Yeah, but it's not
so
about
it's
acting.
scary. Like an actor doesn't necessarily look the way they normally look. What if they, just make that new physical persona their everyday persona? Is that
Yeah, but like
would we
here,
consider that
I
being
think
okay?
I think when it comes to acting, right? Like there's this idea built into that you're gonna alter your behavior as well to match somebody else's. Like, yeah, it's not just about the looks, right? This is literally like a skin. Maybe an implication of this would be that people would start behaving differently to impersonate somebody, and that's definitely a potential consequence of this, right? But is that necessarily the case? Is that always going to happen, or are just people gonna?
Because there's also deep fakes and stuff
I'm
now.
not sure if Salem's.
know?
I think Salem's microphone isn't working again. If he's wondering, because I thought he was talking, and I don't think I heard anything.
I think I heard him
Am
at
I
the
good?
beginning.
I don't know.
Yeah, you're
Oh,
good.
No, you're
okay,
there.
never mind.
Yeah,
I
that
thought.
cut out.
Okay,
Let's,
I think I just
I
saw.
just turn
Okay.
you back up a bit. Yeah.
Is it good or?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
good.
you're
It's
there.
good
You're
now.
there. You're there.
I just wasn't sure for a second because I thought I saw your lips moving and I didn't hear anything.
What I was gonna say to him, like, I feel like that can exist just as much online as much as offline too. It's like, of course, like online, yeah, you can fit this persona and you can maybe do it a bit better because you're not like right next to them and it's harder to do that. But like, I feel like you do just as much in person. It's like in person, it is super easy to impersonate somebody and to try to go along with the social game as well.
That's also
And, like,
It's very true. Yeah.
it kind of goes back to like
this.
his point at the beginning though. It's like, oh, can we have different like social like people like in a pub versus people online, right? Like to some extent they are incompatible, right? But every social group is incompatible with each other to a specific extent because they all have their
Own things.
inside jokes, all this stuff, even social classes, right? Because
Yeah,
different behaviors are expected and different behaviors are not expected. So I feel like they are incompatible to an extent. And I find a big incompatibility would be, for me at least, when I was online and then I moved like to like college, right? Was not understanding all like facial cues or like social cues that a lot of other people seem to came very easy to them, right? And that was just something that was taught because most of my interaction was online. So like I feel like that is an incompatibility that I'm kind of slowly getting used to, and going back into like actually understanding this. I don't know. So there is this incompatibility, but like I feel like with everybody there is this incompatibility with if you're talking about upper middle class versus lower class versus surfer people versus like whatever social group you're talking about. There's going to be some level of that, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. That's just some people making connections that other people don't have.
Yeah.
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 think it's just about mitigating the incompatibilities, not necessarily like,
Yeah.
of course, it's not going to be 100% compatible or like completely, well, some things can probably be completely incompatible, but I mean, I think trying to mitigate those differences and having that online option, it gives you the ability to sort of mitigate that and sort of try to give everybody options and be able to meet everyone's needs in different situations. And even if you weren't able to meet their need in this situation, then you can make up for it in the next situation. You know, if they can't make that meeting or something, or whatever. Or I think it also makes it more enjoyable for those that normally don't want to come in person, but maybe because they have the option to not always go in person, now they feel more happy and free to be able to go. Because I like hanging out with people in person. It's just not to the same extent of others because of the emotional drain it takes on me. So I'm not able to just be able to commit to doing something every Friday night,
Yeah.
but then I can enjoy the Friday night that I actually am able to go out and I am feeling up for it without feeling guilty because I missed the last two and like thinking like, oh, everyone probably hates me or something or thinks that I'm a flake, it's just easier, I think, to navigate all of those things.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah. Actually, now that there's like a void, I just wanted to get a quick update from Salam because I haven't, like, I think, how long ago did you leave Twitter? Because it's been a while.
Must have been like a year and a half ago, I think, at this
Yeah,
point.
something like that. What have you been up to? Like, I'm sorry if I turned this into like catching up with somebody, like type of conversation, but I really wanted to like,
Like
get an
this whole
update.
stream's been for the most part, we're just hanging out and catching up. So
it is. That's what it is. One
for it.
massive hangout. It's being down the pub on the internet.
I basically I started my university. I'm doing like an undergrad in biblical studies, and then I plan to go into law after. But I've just been studying. It's like a Bible college. I'm studying the Bible and everything. It's been really good. I've really enjoyed it. It's been very different than like construction and even high school, since I was homeschooled for most of high school. But I've really enjoyed it. I've learned a ton. I actually might be starting a YouTube channel again soon.
Yeah.
I'm not sure
Good
how
luck
much
with all
time
that.
I'm gonna have for that because I have like a couple leadership positions in my college, and that takes up a lot of time and everything. But I'm
I need to do something, like it'll be cool, like whenever you get to it.
Oh, for
I
sure,
would
for sure.
I go about it just zero expectations, no deadlines. That's the best way that I'm able to do anything online. Because
Yeah.
if I have deadlines for anything and I make it public that I'm doing something, I'm not going to do it. So it's just like when I feel up for it, yeah, I'll be
Yeah,
here.
it just happens. Like, I
Yeah.
get that. Sometimes I'm kind of like, I just figure out what I want. Sometimes there'll be really cool dates, and I'm like, hey, let's do this. But I try not to like overdo the needing to plan something. It's just doing it, or sometimes I'll just never do something because I overthink what I'm wanting to put out first. And it's like, just put out what you believe. It's like, yeah, the video you want.
Or I think I'm able to do
Simple as
way
that.
more than I actually can. And then I'm like overcommitting to things and I'm like, oh shit, sorry, none of that's happening now. My bad.
What have you been up to? And are you finishing a degree in like, what was it again? Like, it wasn't computer science. It was like design and architecture.
Yeah, I finished that actually, the bachelor's, and like now I'm doing human computer interaction, like a master's. So yeah,
that's
pretty
awesome.
cool. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it so far. So yeah. But I haven't seen you like just hang out in the some group chats and maybe on Discord. I don't know. But probably you hang out more on Discord. I don't know because I'm not that active on. Oh
Yeah,
no,
I
not
haven't
even.
really been active like on anything, to be honest.
Oh, okay. So then
Like,
it's not just me. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's not just you. I haven't been trying to ghost you.
No, I'm not offended at all. So don't worry about it.
Yeah, but you're one of those evil atheists, Philip.
Yeah, I know. I am one of those very evil ones.
I will say it's been very weird to like do like studying like the Bible and like philosophy as like a hobby towards like doing that like in school. So all my free time goes to other stuff. It's like now I'm studying like academically. So then it's like all my free time goes into like sports, hanging out with friends, doing like watching movies, doing all this stuff. And it was just like 180 80-degree flip, right? So now like
Mm.
all my homework assignments, all my this stuff is related to this. But
Do
then
you
all my
feel like a different relationship to that because now it's like work in a way, like study, and it's not like something that you do in your free time?
Yeah, like to an extent, it's a type of different relationship. But like I still sometimes talk to my friends about it. Specific friends who like know how to
Mm.
like actually engage with it like in real life, and I'm able to have those conversations to a lot less extent than on here, right? And a lot of it times it just comes to like to me explaining something. But like it definitely feels different, right? It feels different from like, oh, I have like an hour or two. I'm gonna go play basketball or work out or do this fun activity with a bunch of people. Versus it's like, oh, it's like I have an hour or two. Let's hop online or let's like read this book. And I'm like, read a book. Like I have so much reading I have to do for school right now. There's no pleasure reading I'm gonna do at this moment. I need to wait for a break for that.
Yeah, I understand.
So like it is definitely a different relationship, but like I hope when I do like set up a YouTube channel that I can kind of have some of that when I invite people on or when I do stuff, I can have some of that. It's like, oh, this is actually enjoy it now, and I can actually have like deep conversations about these topics again to kind of stretch my thinking and everything, which I would say I have missed to an extent.
Yeah.
Not being there, but yeah. But no, it's been like I've seen a couple of your videos. I haven't like watched too much just because busy with school and life. But like,
Yeah, I mean,
always, like,
I haven't
going
been on
back
here
and
for
watching
like
my
months,
Anderson's
so
channel.
yeah.
So,
No, I mean, Philip, you've been very busy with your own
I've
degree
been
and
very
stuff, haven't
busy
you?
as well. Yeah.
I like
Yeah,
don't
very,
conceptualize time at all. So honestly, to me, it's like you haven't gone anywhere because like last time I was here, you were here. So I don't know what you're talking
Yeah,
about. It's like I think it is actually an ADHD thing. Like
I
I
know it
literally
is.
don't feel time. I don't feel time. Like I don't. I'm like it was 2 weeks ago. No, it was like 3 months ago or something. Like I just
God,
can't.
right? Like, what is time? I just
I
exist. Time is a concept of the fact that my planet moves across. I'm just walking on it. Don't ask me anything. You know,
yeah.
like
I actually have to go now, but for your answers and reasons, Philip,
nice
if you
talking
ever
to you.
like in the future, if you do want to come on my channel or whatever to talk, I'll be more than down. But yeah, I
yeah,
gotta go.
sure.
Yeah,
Like, I mean,
have
if I
yourself a
have
good
time,
one,
then
and
yeah.
thank you for turning up.
Yeah, bye.
Awesome to talk.
Yeah.
Nice meeting you.
Hope you have a good
Yeah.
day and all that.
It's been a minute since I've interacted with him, so that's yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think I've ever seen him before, so it
No,
must
I
have
don't
been
think
even
he
before.
doesn't often come to like at least from what I remember, he doesn't often come to like online like sorry, not online, like video type streams. But he was very active on Twitter like yeah, a year and a half ago, and I interacted with him a lot on Twitter. So yeah, that's the backstory, if you will.
It was really nice to see. I mean, to be honest, it's been nice to see some fresh faces tonight, if I'm honest.
Yeah, that too, yeah.
I didn't expect it.
You had a lot of people popping in and out.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's been really nice. Nice little Christmas party. Nice excuse for me to have a bit of a drink as well.
I thought it was always a cool day, 12/22/22. I was like, I even posted like a video about it because I was like, let me just voice out my favorite fan fiction for that day. It was a Glee one. They wrote it better. I'm just gonna say. I really like when like numbers add up and stuff, and I thought like for a lot of the months I've been doing things on like the 22nd of the month because 22, why not? Even 2/22/22 I like released like a song because I had to.
Fan fiction was probably the first online community I was ever a part of. Now that I'm thinking about it, first experience being
awesome.
online was probably getting into like fandoms and writing fanfic and making fan art and stuff like that.
Like I still have like just some of my lyrics that I actually wrote and I actually made my own songs. Actually, it's like sarcasm is our greatest virtue is the name of my. And sarcasm needs a font. It's my Tumblr.
Does anyone else think that like Lone Wolf has a massive bong sat in front of him?
Oh,
Maybe. Probably.
I think there's a dog over there or a cat. I can't tell. It's blurry.
Yes.
It's
Getting
a
massively
cat-sized dog.
attacked by my cat right now.
Cat, dog, cat,
Right.
dog, cat, diggity dog. That's all that like
He
popped in
literally
my
just
head.
ripped my
Sorry.
shirt.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Joe, what's been your favorite video in this since we're wrapping up the year? What's your favorite stream on this channel? If you can manage, or like a bunch of them, if you cannot.
Well,
pick.
actually, do you know it's quite funny because you know how usually when we do the free for alls, it takes like an hour before people start connecting. I'd actually spent some time planning on how I was going to kill the first hour till people actually showed up,
I
and
see.
people showed up after 3 minutes, and it was amazing. And I am not complaining about this in any way. And I was going to basically killed the first hour going through the channel sort of analytics and just sort of go what's actually been popular with other people and my interpretations of that. And what
That's really cool.
what I found interesting actually is this year basically it's been an interesting one, to say the least. And looking at the views for this year specifically, the number one video was actually one I released 2 weeks ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like,
oh wow.
Nice.
Yeah. Well, it just made me go like, and so that was my issues with agnostic atheism.
Oh, that one. That one I saw like a little bit on Twitter. It seemed to get a lot of attention.
Yeah, I of course I did. How dare you contest my dogma?
Oh my goodness.
That
Not
type
the
of
dogma.
attention, huh?
Yeah. But it I've actually been trying to get a little bit better at doing some of the solo videos because I love the live streams. I mean, I love doing this sort of thing, but I've been finding it harder and harder to find the time to do the regular live streams. And I mean, the pre-recorded videos take so much longer to do. I'm not going to lie. Like a 20-minute video will take me 3 days to produce, whereas a live stream, I just sit there for 2-3 hours and chat cod shit. But being able to sit there for 3 hours is sometimes a difficult thing to do. Whereas it might take me 2 weeks to do a couple of days worth of production on a video, but I can sort of do that. And I figure if I get better at doing the production and I get better at recording the videos in the first place, not so many loud breaths and ums and ahs and things like that, eventually I can probably produce more content that way. And also it gives me a way to directly, I mean, do you remember when I started doing the SciPhi shorts? And the reason I did them was it was taking some of the more complicated topics that we discussed and trying to break them down into sort of 5-10 minute videos, because I understand that people don't have 2-3 hours to watch a stream, and actually they may watch that 5-10 minute video and go, I need to know more about this, and at that point they can watch that 2-3 hour stream and find more in it. But I've been trying to do that with these videos, is actually go, right, rather than sit here and go back and forth and with a group of people discuss the issues with agnostic atheism or the various definitions of atheism, I'm going to do my best to go boom, 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 boom. There's the information. Let's have a conversation about it later. And then if people want to have a conversation, whether it's in the comments or they want to come on the stream, then we'll address it.
I think it would be also be
That's a
helpful
good
for
idea.
you to take clips of your live streams. Like I feel like there's moments in the
Yeah.
live stream that would probably be really useful that you could
I
that you
used
could
to
use.
do that all the time. I used to do that all
I know
the
it's time
time.
consuming, but
That's the problem with it.
Look over everything.
If I had someone that would be willing to do that side of me, just find, you know what, you need to take minute 31 to 35 and call it this, and I was to do it, not a problem. I do not have the time in my day with everything else to do it. That I used to do. I mean, the highlights playlist hasn't been updated forever, and I loved doing the highlights because, again, that, as you say, I mean, you think about tonight. Think about how many separate conversations we've had, right? And think about how many 5 to 10 minute clips we could take out of tonight and put out there and go, wow, like, let's get the response on that bit and then do a stream on the responses we get from that bit and that bit and that bit. I don't have the time.
I may have to do that for myself for the things that I said.
What if you did like comments, right? Or you did like a section of like in the Discord in the thing, just timestamps, and people, they label them whatever they want. You could even call it clips. Like, do you have that? Like, where you just like clips and you're like, you can have like a little section of suggestions that people have a clip they saw and thought about.
I'd be happy to do that. We don't have a specific bit on the Discord to do that, but I mean, if anyone was to do that and address something on a stream, you know, oh, look at that beautiful doggy.
You could do like in the comments too, like, what are your favorite
doesn't want
clips,
to
you
come
know?
when I ask.
And then like you put it in the comments.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be more than happy
Like
to
in the
do it. I
fence or
just need someone to, like, as I said, like, I don't have the time right now to do
I
that
guess it's a whole
myself.
thing.
But if there were people out there willing to sit there and watch the streams back and say, take this clip to this clip, I would be more than happy to do it and put in like an intro and an outro and all of that sort of shit.
I like always getting like little clips and stuff and being like, hey, this is cool. Like, just make sure you have a clip section for people to like comment it, and you can always copy paste them or something. I guess in like the comments or something, or like just those specific clips and the date and not the date, but you know, like the names to go with it. That'd be pretty cool because you have so much good content, and then like all the conversations here
That's kind
is
of you
like
to say.
so.
I think it's more just us rambling on about absolute nonsense, but
Well, it's so nice to talk about anything, you know. I love to talk about everything kind of streams. I do that like every so often, or like
You
it's
and I
just
have
when you talk about
literally-
anything with people.
Sorry,
it's
what
so
was that, Dave?
Said you and I have literally the same problem. I mean, that's the same issue I have with my 4 and 6 hour streams, you know, doing bunches of different stuff. I have so many hours in the day and I work most of them and then I stream the rest of them. And where am I going to edit?
Yeah, that's where it comes to for me. You know, my
edit
edit
out.
time happens to be, oh, look, I'm setting this query to run at work. I've got 30 seconds. How much editing can I do in that time? Okay, the query's run. I cut 5 seconds out of a video. Right, now I'm carrying on my work. That's pretty much like how, and that's what another reason why, you know, when I say something takes me 2-3 days to edit, I mean, it takes me 2-3 days of like 5 seconds at a time. So it takes me 2 weeks to edit a video that would take me 2-3 days if I had the time to do it. You know.
Oh yeah, I'm like very much all or nothing. I'm not good at doing things in short intervals. Like if I took the time to edit like in short intervals, I could probably get it done sooner and be happier about it and not feel so exhausted by the time it's done. But usually I'll edit a video in like 2 goes. And I kid you not, I'll be like 8 hours later. I'm like, oh shit, like where's my day? I just spent 8 hours editing a 30-minute video.
There are
It's
ways, there are
really
methods.
difficult if I don't have a script either. Like really difficult because I'm just start rambling and I'm like, no, gotta take this out.
I always
ways
just
to
talk
make
for like
editing
10 minutes
easier,
or
but-
something and cut stuff out that I don't want, and then I'm just like, here's everything I thought of. Let's see what I do with it, and I chop it up, and it works out.
But going back into the other videos, I mean, if we look into it, the number 2 of the year again was a more recent one. It was from August. It was Dave's on atheism requires faith. So that was quite popular. Then the next one was 10 questions.
That's a daring title too. I'm gonna have to take a look at that. I bet you guys pissed some atheists off with that
Of course
title.
we did.
Oh my god, I love that title. That's a That's some clickbait right there. They probably thought you were theists. That sounds like a theist title. That's what they're gonna think.
More often than not, a lot of our videos get responses based on the title alone, and sometimes it doesn't even seem related to the title. In fact, there was one I got tonight. I saw as I went for the wee, and hang on, where is it? Where's it gone? I think they might have deleted it. Oh no, here it is. So on my I also released a video about the evolution of atheism, and it's talking mostly about the definitions of atheism, and how there's so many different definitions of atheism throughout history, and most of them are still in use, but some of them are no longer in use. And some of them have been mistranslated in the modern world to back up other definitions, but that's not actually what they were used for originally. And so I also recently I have noticed that, I mean, I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, but I appreciate it as someone with ADHD that short videos can sometimes be more appealing. So what I've done is, when I've done a long video, I've tried to separate it into short chapters at the same time and release those as shorts at the same time. So here's the long video for anyone who's got 15-20 minutes to watch a video, and here's 15 1-minute segments for other people who are like me that can't handle watching the same thing for 15 minutes.
I always tell myself I'm gonna do that, but then I don't have the time, because I'm like, I also have recorded videos I'm doing. I'm like, I'll think I'm gonna do it, and then I'm like, nope, sorry, 3-hour stream.
Yeah,
my bad. That's all you get. Or like,
It's like
6 months
honestly,
later, I'll take clips out.
I love long streams though. Like I really do, and I know a lot of people like to listen to them across it, and I do get like clipping it and stuff. It'd be easier if YouTube had a system like how Twitch does, where it's like people can just select clips, right, that they like literally clip it while they're watching, or
Mhm.
they can like go back to it, and then it just makes another clip, and like people can just have it, and then because of Hover being connected to Twitch, people can actually have their clip already sent to there. So it's like a little like Twitch TikTok, basically.
Yeah.
So it's like a whole thing.
That
you
would
can
be a
do it
really
on.
useful update, like, if we could just, like, clip it
Yeah.
out and just I think
They
technically you
have
can edit videos, and, like, it'll
You can do
upload a new
clips.
video, but I don't know.
Because you can have that option, like the
I think
clip
at
on the
10,000
video. I've seen it
subscribers,
on
you
my
get that
mobile
on
at
YouTube?
least.
Sorry, what was
What?
that, Dave?
That I think at like 10,000 subscribers, you get that feature added from YouTube.
Yeah.
Is
You can
that
actually
real?
start taking clips, but anybody can do it on Twitch. That's the
Mm.
reason actually I restream to Twitch, so I can go through and I can have a cloud-based solution to do quick edits, and they actually let you export directly from Twitch to YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, to be
Yeah.
honest, even this
Yeah,
stream
it's
right
really
now isn't
rad.
just going to YouTube, it's going to YouTube and Twitch, because that's
So
what I
you
used to
can
do when
I haven't, like sorry, go on.
No,
I
no,
was
no.
wondering, I always thought of Twitch as, like, just gaming, but you can just, like, stream on there, right? Like, just like what we're
Yeah,
doing
they have a
right
just
here.
talking
They're
streams
just
and
Oh,
chatting.
you can
okay.
do
I
whatever.
just, like, I'm not usually on Twitch, but
Talk
I was,
stuff.
like, debating if that would be
Category you would look for is
useful.
I'd
just
watch.
chatting.
Okay.
Yeah. Or video
That was
blogger.
time
There's a
consuming trying to, like, balance all of these different platforms, man. It's just like, yeah, I should do that, but it's just easier to
I need like
not.
5 mods, 5 of me, if I could
Uh-huh.
like do that. What that DC character who can multiply himself, like might as well be that person. That'd make
When
it
I have a
worse.
day, when I try to do all the things that I wanna do with my day, I suddenly I didn't sleep, and I'm like, well, I'm either gonna get 3 hours of sleep or I'm just gonna stay up all night. So I guess we're gonna have to pick which one we're gonna do now.
stay up all
Because
night.
there's just not enough time. Yeah, that's usually what it is. I'll stay up all night. And then the rest of my week just sucks because I was probably up for like 48 hours.
Yeah.
But it's
And in that 48 hours, you still didn't achieve what you wanted to because you got distracted
No,
halfway
not all of it. No.
So this comment though, So it was on. As I was saying, I chopped up this video that was full, and one of the sections was atheism as a proposition. And what I've done is I've done all the different definitions of atheism as individual sections. When they've gone on a little bit longer, I did them as 2 or 3 sections, but in general, each of them was a sub 1 minute section. None of them were arguing this is why you should think of this section. There were a couple of very last ones where I did draw some this is kind of absurd too, but in general I didn't argue for my preferred definition or poo-poo very common definitions of atheism. But the response to atheism as a proposition was no evidence for gods of any kind, therefore no reason to believe any exist at all, right? Had nothing to do with what was said in the video. And I basically responded, and I still haven't had a response on this. And this was, 7 hours ago I responded. I'm not sure how that's relevant. Also, might be using an incredibly restrictive definition of evidence, because obviously you would have to be to say that there's no evidence for gods. I'd say there's evidence. It's just pretty weak and unconvincing. I think there are plenty of good reasons to believe there are no gods. And obviously, that was me trying to keep the conversation as open as possible to sort of say, rather than just flat out say you're being an idiot, because they were. Just try and keep it a little bit like, come on, let's have a conversation about this. You've seen this title and you've jumped in thinking certain things about the conversation. And that's all that's happened there. And this happens quite often. And it happens to a lot of the videos. It happens to a lot of our articles. I mean, the other day, someone argued against my article. I mean, it happens a lot, this does, without actually reading the article. And then they got so far in this hole that they then, when I started giving them other resources outside of the article, various dictionaries, encyclopedias, philosophical papers, and all of that, that backed up the statement that there are many definitions of atheism, they doubled down and said, all of those definitions back up my point that there's only one definition. And they started going through all these mental gymnastics of the whole thing. And
it's that reactive, chokehold where it's just like, nope, I gotta defend what I said because I can't take a minute to just think about what I'm saying. I just gotta be defensive. It's so frustrating. I've been growing so increasingly frustrating with how much I've seen this happen online, especially when creators get criticized. And it drives me up the wall because I'm like, you are now being criticized for something far worse than what the initial criticism was because you just wouldn't
kept digging the hole.
You just kept, and now it's like so much worse. Like, how hard is it to just acknowledge?
They just want to be right.
Yeah, like I had
actually genuinely good about what their actions are, what they put out, and I hear you, because it's so frustrating. Because it's like, why would you choose the worst way to be for your own gratification? And at the end of the day, you fuck yourself over anyway.
I've seen it happen so much with people who want to advocate for minorities as well. I think a common thing would be like with the trans community, or with if you're a white person, with people who are Black or Indigenous, and you get criticized for something in the most mild way, I might add. And then suddenly it's like, you can't just stop and think, maybe it's not about my intentions. Maybe it's not about how I meant it. Maybe I just need to pause and just think about what I'm hearing. And I've learned so much about myself by doing this. Like, even just recently, like it was on a different video, but it was from another creator, but it was talking about how saying that having children is selfish is racist. And my initial instinct was like, no, it's not. What the fuck? But then I paused for a minute and I was like, okay, wait a minute. Let me just think about what this person's saying. And then I realized they were talking about how the perspective of how people who are marginalized, it is important to them to be able, it is even selfless for them to want to have more of their community and not be like I'm not articulating it entirely correctly, but there's an issue with like minorities and eugenics and the fact that there's a history of these people being what's the word, where you get I can't think of the word right now.
Marginalized.
Marginalized.
No. Like
yeah.
where when your option to have kids is taken away. What's that called? Like
Oh,
medically.
they've been sterilized.
Yeah, like there's a
like
long
the
history of that
Tulsa
happening
and
to
all
groups
of
of people.
that,
Like if
and
you look at the
like
Jewish community, even.
ugh.
So it was like it was
Then
an
the
interesting
weird
conversation. Like
emphasis on like
and like I
just
still yeah. And where I still think bringing like actively choosing to get pregnant, I think is innately selfish, but I don't see selfish as being a bad thing. Some people hear the word selfish and they think it's like this negative context. However, now I
yeah.
have this more context of understanding that I didn't consider before because that's not my experience. And sometimes I think we kind of we forget, like we get caught up in our own experience even without realizing it, to a point where we're like, let me just like hear what this person's saying real quick and understand what I'm missing, because it's easy to overlook those things and how important community and being able to have the option to have kids and how just how that impacts how people are taking what I'm saying. So maybe I can clarify when I say this, I can clarify it better, or say like, well, there's this and that. In the same way, I think that I've also done that on my channel when I've realized, where atheists act like science is like a god or something. Like there's no thing wrong with science. Like it's always going to be right. Well, you're anti-science or this or that. And it's like, well, what about the context of how science has been used by people to harm marginalized community? What about that context? What about the way that research has been manipulated and used or excluded marginalized groups? Like if you look at just this research done on ADHD, for example, or autism, like there's a reason why people distrust these things. And I don't know. I guess I'm just like, why can't we just don't react. Just reflect for a minute and just think about what the other person's saying before you respond, so that you can clarify what you're saying and correct it. I don't know. That was a long rant, and I'm a little buzzed right now, but hopefully that made sense.
But you make a lot of sense
agree
as well.
though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to go, unfortunately, now because it's getting quite late here.
Well, I mean,
I'm sure it's late for you guys, for everyone else too. Not me,
that's
but
exactly where I was leading to. I was going to say within the next sort of 5 minutes, I definitely need to get off the stream, basically, for a couple of different reasons. But I suppose that the main important one is work tomorrow. The other one is my alarm automatically comes on within the next half hour, and it will wake up everyone else as well. So I do need to get to the house. But I have had a thoroughly enjoyable evening tonight.
Me too.
And I love these sort of diverse conversations, and there's so much ground covered. And at the same time, I feel like we barely scratched the surface as well.
yeah.
And I feel
we
like
probably have like 15 different YouTube topics in this video for you to consider. Like, oh, let's do a stream just talking about this, because I feel like we didn't talk about that nearly enough.
Yeah, we just need someone to go through and edit it and tell us what we need to focus on for the next couple of streams, right? As you say, there's the next 15 topics. That's at least 6 or 7 weeks of content right there for us to discuss.
Yeah. Wait, seriously, make a clips thing in your Discord if you have it. So then, like, I'll just seriously, I'll just list like things that I find and stuff. I love going all the way through.
I'll happily do that. I'll create a clips channel at some point. In fact, Philip, that's your job.
Well, even just being able to like go through and timestamp things, that way you're able to just go clip the things out. Like even like that could be useful. I might have time to do it for all I know, but I'm not going to commit to it because I'll say that now and then I'll be like,
no, don't commit, because if you commit, it'll not happen.
Whoever
Whereas
does it.
if it happens, it'll be a happy, accident, basically.
Yeah, I'm happy to announce that we now have a clips channel on the Discord.
Wait, well done, Philip. Look at him. He's just there. It's amazing.
Yeah, I'm really good. I'm really good.
That's why he gets the big bucks. But no, it's been fantastic, and as I said, like this year has been very different. We never expected to hit the 1,000
I'm so proud
subscribers,
of you guys. That's awesome. I didn't know you already got to like 1,000. Honestly, I had it.
I mean, I think about half of it was just from posting some dumb TikTok video. So you know,
What happens? You know, like, not gonna lie.
I remember you freaking out in the WhatsApp group about that
yeah,
one.
it had 175,000 views or something, and it was just like, what? Why are people watching this? Like, yeah, here's a treatise on logic. Yeah, 50 views.
Oh, it's always the most like insignificant. Like I literally, I mean, I kid you not. I uploaded a TikTok that I had where I was because my lazy eye came back, and there's days where it goes to the center, and I just had a video of it and a short video, and it hit 10,000 views on YouTube, and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me right now? I just spent 8 hours with my last video, and you guys and now I have 10,000 views on this stupid ass video. Are you kidding me?
Why is that the thing that you focus on?
Like, it was just supposed to be like like it wasn't supposed to be anything. Like like I don't know. And then it's always the ones that you don't think. And I'm like, well, I wish I had time to think about stupid TikToks to make more, but I'm too busy thinking about all the long ass videos that I want to make. I don't even have time to think about how can I do this like 2-minute clip that's gonna somehow get thousands of views. I don't have time to think about that.
It's like, I think if you just clip the long stuff, it'll end up working out. Like, that's usually what it ends up needing to happen. Like, if you like balance the where you can put your clips at, a lot of people will watch them, you know. But like a lot of like longer stuff can't really fit in like shorter context because a lot of stuff won't even have that long. Like
It is
YouTube is
really
like one of the few
useful to
ones.
like, yeah, and I think it would be really useful. I've been even telling myself to take clips out and put them on TikTok because things do seem to spread quicker on TikTok.
Oh, yeah, they definitely do. Especially if they go
If I
viral.
have the time, I'm like, I really think I should consider doing that. But it's still time consuming sometimes. You know, it's almost easier just to be able to upload it one place and not have to do anything else.
Yeah.
Right. Like, that's why I like Restream is one of the few that does that, but it's also like, if could have like a section where people could like have, I don't know, something where like if it could really do a multiple kind of thing, like, oh yeah, well you put it here, then you can like put it in various places. That'd be pretty great. But or get somebody to like do a section of like, okay, you do it this time, you do it this time, and it works out because enough people are like having a thing to be like, let's just upload these things at a good time, kind of thing.
I mean, maybe that's the next.
I don't know,
Maybe
but-
that's the next robot I build. Is the fact that it interacts. well, no. So I've got an RPA project, and it takes anything I post on TikTok, and it posts it on one of my channels, depending on which one.
I think I do remember you
And
saying
it does that,
something.
and then what it'll do is it'll find any articles on my website and post it around social media, and it does loads of different stuff. So maybe the next thing I do is we've got the clips channel. If someone actually formats it correctly, then it'll go in there and find all the chat messages and go, and it'll create a TikTok channel where it does it. Maybe that's the thing. I mean, there's plenty of things we can think about for the future, but I must say, right, I line in the sand. I have to go. Thank you so much, everybody, especially those of you who have joined us tonight live on air, but obviously everybody who's watched us and everyone who is watching the rerun. I mean, thank you for enjoying our Christmas party with us. It's been absolutely fantastic. It's been an amazing year. I've loved the people that I have met. You're all absolutely awesome. Thank you so much for being here. And I look forward to 2023 with all of you. So thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you for having us on.
Yeah, no, have yourselves a good one. And make sure you leave a comment under this particular video with any links of anything you want people to see, and I'll add them to the description in the morning. It's just that right now I'm going to bed, so have yourselves a good one.
Oh, don't forget. Wait. I'm sorry. One more thing. Don't forget the link for your wisdom.
I put that in the
app.
chat earlier.
Oh, did you? Okay, I'll check.
Hang on,
I must
hang
have
on.
missed
hang on. I did put it in the chat earlier. Hang on. I did it off of my phone though, didn't I? Let's see if I can get back there right now. Where oh god, I can't. YouTube. There you go. Where is that one? Come on, open. I'll put it in
I think he's
again.
a little buzzed, guys.
I think I am as well. There you go. I've put it back in the chat. So that's
All right,
that's
awesome.
the
Thank
link to
you.
the Wisdom app right there in the chat as well. Yeah, it's just something that I've been having a little bit of fun with, and it's a different perspective. And there's people that I wouldn't have normally listened to. So that was the thing that I liked about it. Is there's people that I wouldn't have normally listened to that have made me go, actually, that's an interesting take on it. And it's all really short opinions. So, yeah. So, as I said, thank you, everybody. Have yourselves a good one. Make sure you have yourselves a good Christmas. We're probably not going to stream next week. And if we do, it'll probably be me doing a Plato's Rave because I haven't had a mix in months. And that's about as much as I can do. A Plato's Rave. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I just got on the old turntables. So I'll just be having fun by myself, and if anybody's there in the chat room, it'll be an added bonus. But yeah, have yourselves a good Christmas, have yourselves an amazing New Year, and I will see you all in 2023. Have a good night, all.
Bye.
Night.
Later.